Alrighty, and welcome to the live stream. This is episode. What episode is this? It is episode 4.
Episode we don't care.
My better half is on the phone hanging out with us. She will probably be roasting me most of the time. Alright, so what's going on out there in YouTube world? I see Pilot. Yeah, I was waiting for you to join before I started. Let's see. So there's been some exciting news in YouTube, but at least for some stuff. I mean, I think this week, Street Speed 717 ended up jumping his brand new TRX Dodge $90,000 freaking truck and ended up ruining it. I think he then proceeded to put 44s on it and then set it on fire. So I don't know what the hell he was thinking, but the views will show differently. He must have known something about what he was doing. Alright, you know what? Probably because you're here early, we're going to make sure that we sneak you some points.
Oh, you're so nice.
I know, aren't I? Oh, and Left 4 Dead, so you both get some points here. Let's see. 2,000 points for showing up here early.
What the hell do I get?
What?
What the hell do I get?
Well, if you were in the chat, you would have gotten points. Just saying.
I don't want your freaking points.
So we had a pretty slow live stream last week. Hopefully this week picks up a little bit better. Live stream's always more exciting when we get a lot more of you in the chat to hang out.
I beat these up, I put them down.
Girlfriend is bored, stuck at work. She's been at work all weekend. She's been there since, 6 p.m. Friday? I don't know if you guys can hear her or not. I mean, she's not that far away from the microphone. The Packers lost today, huh? Oh, so what's going on with your channel, Left 4 Dead? Definitely digging that new logo from Grant from Straight Six Fan. I had Street Speed stuck in my brain. Speaking of, I got a new sticker from him I have to put up somewhere. Let's see, maybe we'll stick that one right up. No. We'll stick that one right here. Right up there next to Cleo's. I should have started drinking earlier. I do have a I didn't change my set. There's a reason why this black thing is sitting behind me. I'll show it in a little bit. Can't get the logo to work with your banner. Not sure what's going on or what I'm doing wrong. Does it have any idea what it's saying? That might be give me a clue as how I might be able to help. I mean, I've been doing YouTube for a while. Sizing issues. Is it saying that the image is too big or too small? Or is it just not the right aspect ratio? Because you can get a banner template off of the internets to help you with making sure that your that you space it, and you can probably put it on top of another image to center it to where you want to. There's some things you can do. There's some tricks. Because it also will show you what the banner will look like on different platforms as well. Because, you know, what looks good on a computer doesn't necessarily look good on mobile or a tablet. Yeah, that sounds like that's... you could probably end up putting it on a background and making sure that it fits it right. So basically, it'll end up with some different spacing in like on the sides or on the top to get it to fit so it doesn't cut it out.
Cut it out.
Well, he's having issues. Remember how Grant made him that new logo for his channel? It's Left 4 Dead. Well, he's having trouble getting it to fit in the banner on the top. And I don't really... I think the way that Grant made it, it wasn't designed to be a banner. It was more designed just to be a logo image. So he may need to put it on a background that's a lot wider than the image. So that way when it puts it on the background, I mean up on the banner, it doesn't cut off the top and the bottom. But yeah. And just send it to my Facebook Messenger. Either you can do my channel one, or you can do, if you have my personal one, you can send it to that one too. I have a surprise sitting back here. I didn't get rid of all my die casts. They're actually still back there.
Oh. Now why the heck?
This took quite a bit to set up to get the lighting right. You'll see in a minute. What's going on with you, Biggie?
My RAM is not doing glowy things, and I don't know why.
That sucks. Mine still are doing that weird thing. It does a half skip. You can kind of see it. It does, instead of it doing the full sweep left, sweep right, it's doing like a sweep left, sweep right, starts to do a right, goes back, and then finishes does a right. It's weird.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. Hang on.
It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to look like the Knight Rider thing, and it's not doing it.
Hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Bye. Okay, well, I don't want to step on Grant's toes, but maybe between me, Grant, and you, we can figure it out. And you know, obviously, it's Grant's image. I mean, that's a really nice logo. But if we can get it to fit to work, then you know, because I did all of my logo stuff. I can't say I did it all myself. The very first one that I had put up with the cars on it, I had somebody else use a computer program to do it, because at that point my computer was being incredibly slow. But as soon as I got my stuff up and running and I got my software back, I went and redid it myself. So, but like my truck logo, I did that one completely myself, which is I can reach back here and grab it. Where are we going? That one right there, I completely did myself. We'll just put that back up later. That pop open? Yes, it did. Oh. Launched 2 bolts out of my snowblower today because it didn't tighten. Well, that's never a good thing.
No.
Nobody likes a little snow bolt action. That was a really bad pun. Yeah, it's you know, you got to go back and go tighten. You check all your fastenings when you're doing stuff. Can't say I've never had a problem with not tightening bolts all the way and them coming flying off in very unfortunate events.
Yeah.
When I put the tires on my truck the one time, it was, I mean, there was circumstances leading up to it. I had it was like 11:30 at night. I was freaking tired. It was snowing outside and dark. and I was trying to get the thing I was trying to get done, and it ended up I forgot to tighten the one wheel. I went to go take it out for a test drive, and the wheel had decided to part ways with the truck, slamming into the side of a building, unlifing itself, and ripping apart my wheel studs in the process. So, destroyed the rim, destroyed the wheel studs, and had to rescue my truck on the side of the road in the midnight in the snow. Luckily,
Awesome.
I was able to stuff a jack underneath of it and get at least some of the lug nuts straight enough to put another wheel on it to be able to limp it home, to be able to actually fix it at home. But yeah, that was not a fun night. And then, of course, I couldn't use my good tires, and it was snowing out, and the only tires I had were quite a bald. So I spun the truck around the next day going into work because, no tread and icy roads. I bet it made funny noises.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, right? He said you picked a fine time to leave me loose, wheel. That's a country song, I do believe. Or from a country song.
I don't know what in the fresh hell is it doing.
You were trying to figure out why your RAM was not doing RAM things.
Well, I got it to start doing RAM things. I went into IQ, and under settings and under my RAM, I unclicked enable full software control, and it came on. But it's not applying the thing I have.
Because you took the software control off of it. It's now doing stock RAM
Well,
things.
if I turn it on, it doesn't come on.
Yeah,
enable full software control off.
Yeah, you have something in the set, and you have to go into wherever it is in IQ and change the software control in IQ. Not turn it off, but go in and maybe change it to something else, and then change it back, and it might work. I had that problem with this one, which I think is what the problem is right now, because I cannot get these fans to be controlled by IQ.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's working together. It's all doing its own thing. My keyboard's not doing its thing it's supposed to. I haven't bothered fixing it because I got frustrated with it. My keyboard's supposed to do this lava light show kind of thing, where it kind of looks like the keyboard has lava running underneath of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not doing it. It's just solid red. I'll take the solid red over doing the rainbow puke thing.
Yeah.
Except for I can look over here. Well, no, I do not have the pleasure of seeing rainbow puke over here, because all of Jess's stuff is off because we had a power failure the other day, so none of it turned back on.
Mm-hmm.
So her computer is not sitting over there doing the whole rainbow dance. Her computer has rainbow everything. Which is funny, because it's the exact opposite of her personality. Right, Jess?
According to you, that's a lie.
What? That you're not a rainbow puke person? I think you want to be a rainbow puke person, but the other side of your brain is no, die.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at war with itself. Half your brain wants to say unicorns and rainbows and all of that fun stuff, and the other side's no, death and gloom.
Death and gloom.
I don't know if they can hear Jess at all on
I can.
You can? Well, hopefully they can. She's joining us via telephone. So I don't think she can hear any of you guys. Unless she joins the stream on YouTube. Pilot also... I thought you got the new 4K television last weekend. Icon popped up for YouTube that lets me dump the screen right... Yeah, it does. That's the fun thing about nice new TVs is you can play stuff off your phones directly onto the TV.
Mm-hmm.
Your TV itself should be able to actually access the YouTube app itself as well, but it makes it hard to follow the chat unless you have it on your phone. I do the same thing most of the time when I watch YouTube. I will watch it on the TV, have my phone out playing the same thing to be able to comment on my phone because you can't comment on the TV.
Oh gosh, heck.
Oh gosh, heck, what?
Corsair is or IQ is doing a update now, so it just booted me out of it.
No. Luckily,
This version of software may require a restart. Well, I guess it's going to be waiting then.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's gonna kick you out of your computer. I don't know if
In the
anybody else is
meantime, at
joining.
least my RAM is doing a glow.
Yeah, I sent it out to Coastal Auto Reaction and all my normal peoples. As Chris saw it, I don't know if he's joining. He said he was going to join this morning when I was on the phone with him. He contacted me this morning because we may have a special guest in a week or two.
Oh.
There is a lady that put out a Trans Am book.
Mm-hmm.
And she's looking for somewhere to promote it. And Chris mentioned this live stream, so we'll see if we can get her on here and help promote her book. Maybe I don't know how many people from here will buy it, but never know. Yeah, it is the beginning of a marketing opportunity that we could possibly use for bigger channels or other businesses in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
So I think I'm ready to reveal. I have this nice black void behind me, and I'm gonna light it up because it was a pain in the butt to drag it all the way up here. So not sure how well that's gonna come out. But this is the crafting table that I have been working on forever, at least the top to it. And it's not finished yet. I still have to do a final sand and one last layer of clear. But it is 98% done. But yeah, it's been a pain in the butt. Mainly user error with the products because I hadn't used them before. And so I didn't understand some of the there's differences between polyacrylic and regular polyurethane, and the one does not necessarily apply to the other. And I messed it up the first time, which is a good thing because I think this piece of wood looks better. But I almost kind of messed this piece of wood up too.
That's not good.
I was able to save it for the most part. I have one little spot down here that's a little funky. But I think once it gets set up and actually over here in the corner with like the storage solutions or whatever might be on top of it, I do believe that part might end up being covered up anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think anybody's really going to notice it. Yeah, it is really nice. I am really proud of that top. Though there was a product that I found just after I started laying the clear, and it really brings out the deep grain. It highlights it in a different color. So like you would stain it all black, and then you would go over top of it with like a silver or a white, and then you wipe it off again, and all the silver would stay in the recesses of the grain, the open part of the grain.
Mm-hmm.
And it would highlight that, and the contrast would be even more than this one. So I think the next time I do one, I might do that because that looked really cool. I like wood with a lot of like expressive grain.
I think I figured out my issue.
It's a computer, and you're touching it.
No, like it wasn't doing anything, so I'm sitting there, I'm just messing around with it, and I just start, you can like, there's multiple different like zones on each one of my RAM sticks, so I just start clicking one and it comes on. I'm like, wait a second. So then I just like click and drag all the way up one and it turns on. Click and drag up the other one, that one turns on, the other one turns off. So then I just click and drag both of them, make a box, and they're on now.
There you go.
Why couldn't they tell me that before? I'm over here thinking my stuff is broken, and it's just like, nah,
no, it's
bro.
It's outsmarting you. That's what it was doing.
I never thought to do that before.
Pilot is always ridiculous. He goes, "It must be dogwood. I can really tell by the bark."
Huh.
Actually, it's red oak. And actually, this is actually a piece of plywood. It is red oak veneered plywood. I could have gotten a solid piece of red oak, but a solid piece of red oak this big would have been expensive. And I don't have the like. I could have, if I had a planer and a jointer, I could have made a piece of red oak this big. Obviously by gluing a bunch of pieces together and then sanding them smooth.
Mm-hmm.
But because I don't have a jointer and a planer, the seams wouldn't have been true enough to glue up right, and it would have looked all janky.
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, until I get a jointer and a planer, I can't make big pieces of wood. Because gluing them up is not the ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Is trying to get two pieces of wood straight and perfectly parallel with each other with just a circular saw. Yeah, that's damn near impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. You sound like a therapist.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Tell me more.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So tell me, what troubles you?
How does that make you feel?
And why do you think that is?
Yeah, I love that shit. Therapists get paid to tell you. Therapists get paid.
They get paid to listen,
and to sit here and have you solve your own problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because they know what questions to ask.
Yeah, pretty much.
What? How many people? We're up to 6 people.
May as well be teachers, for Christ's sake. All they do is ask questions.
Something
They
like
ask
that.
questions, they get answers, and they get paid. Like, I do not see what the difference is. Besides, a teacher is a teacher, and a therapist is a doctor.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like, someone collapses on a plane. Is there a doctor on the plane? And the therapist raises his hand, like, you're not a doctor. Get out. What do you want to do? Ask him if he's okay?
Are you okay?
Are you okay? No, I'm having a heart attack. And why do you think that is?
Because I hate too
And
much
how does that
today.
make you feel?
Oh, that's freaking hilarious.
Having a heart attack at 35,000 feet? Are you nervous? We're only 8 miles above the ground. Whatever can we do?
I'm falling for you.
Oh my God.
Oh my. Jess does not sound as amused.
She does not share our amusement.
No, of course not. I wouldn't be amused either, being stuck at work for 50-some freaking hours.
Oh, I want to be amused if I was having a heart attack at 35,000 feet, but...
I don't know, man.
Oh, yeah, that would just, totally make my day.
It'd be quite a trip.
Yeah.
And I just got to watch out for the fall afterwards.
Hope it was a one-way ticket.
Well, I don't think you're bouncing back from that one.
Nah.
Welcome to the new ejection safety equipment. A giant rubber ball. Get inside.
God.
It'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm sure the astronauts from Space Shuttle Columbia could use that.
It's not the fall that kills you, it's the bounce.
It's the sudden stop at the end.
No, it's not the sudden stop, because you wouldn't suddenly stop. It's the sudden change
Well,
of
I don't think
direction.
you're going to bounce either.
Well, if you're in a giant bouncy ball. It's the sudden change of direction.
Depends on how big it is.
You go at 100 miles an hour or 60. Actually, no, what is it? 60. Shoot, what is
Terminal
that?
velocity?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends. If you're like a trained skydiver and you can control yourself, it's about 120. But if you're just tumbling, it's
Yeah,
probably
fall.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you're in a giant rubber ball, that's a nice smooth round object. I'm sure its terminal velocity is a lot greater than a flailing human being.
Yeah, it depends on how big it is, how much it weighs, how much the person inside it weighs.
The pilot's asking, where is everybody? Oh, maybe they got knocked out like fucking McGregor did.
Mhm.
Chris sent me a clip earlier. I don't understand why he sent it, because it was just like the after, literally it didn't show him getting knocked out. It was literally started after he was knocked out and he was slightly starting to come to, and the other guy was kind of walking around the ring all triumphant already.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not sure why the hell he sent me that, because that doesn't tell me. I mean, I wouldn't be interested in that part. I want to see the dude get freaking laid the hell out. Though,
Yeah.
with a name like McGregor, it sounds Scottish and Irish, and I should be voting for that guy and not the other guy, but,
Mm-hmm.
that whole Celtic Island pride thing, which will not let me down. We took one of those ancestry tests the other day. Actually, it was a
Mm-hmm.
while ago now. Originally, it said I was Irish, which I thought I knew, because I've been told I was Irish my whole life by my family. And then I guess they updated it, because like, obviously the more people that are in it, the more it gets accurate or whatever.
Yeah.
And no, I forget what it said I am, but I think I'm mostly Scottish, and I am completely devastated.
Oh.
The Irish and the Scots, they don't get along,
No.
and I'm both Irish and Scottish.
And don't even think about bringing the English into it.
I have a little tiny bit of English, but not enough to even sneeze at.
Mhm.
Like, very little English, and I have a lot less German in me than I thought I had. Because like
Oh.
my dad's side of the family is mainly German, and like German, what German? There's like no German in my DNA. It's like a little tiny bit. It's like, well, thanks for your contribution.
Mhm.
It wasn't much. I was also supposed to be there was also supposed to be some like Indian blood in me somewhere, but apparently it's not enough to show up on the freaking ancestry thing either.
Wait, like Indian
Yeah,
or
like
Native
Indian
American?
like Native American Indian.
Oh, when you say Indian, I picture like
Yeah,
India.
no, not
That's Indian, not Native American.
whatever. Uh, at your computer.
Yeah, I
Where
figured
is
that'd be.
everybody at? We are at your disposal.
There you go.
Do not hit. Now that is not nice, pilot. We are.
I know a worse way to put it. Oh, that's not nice, but that's funny.
I mean, technically, we
It
can
took me a minute. I'm like, wait, what? Oh,
we can make fun. We can make fun of freaking Celtic freaking lore even more than that, but we won't go there. It's funny because, like, they always picture Vikings and shit with those freaking horned helmets and shit.
yeah.
Yep. Nope. Never happened. Vikings never wore the horned helmets.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they were never even called Vikings. It's an English thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But oh wow. Yeah, I don't know where everybody is at actually. Honestly, I'm gonna turn this off because that's annoying. I like it, but I couldn't get it to light up the grain without also in turn reflecting everywhere.
Yeah, that happens.
Which is also why this isn't staying gloss.
Mm-hmm.
Because this table will be getting used to do my scale model or any kind of craft work.
Yeah,
And
so
if I
you're
try
gonna be
to
putting stuff
film
on it, sliding it around,
right,
filming on it.
yeah, and if I try to film and with using, I mean, this is the exact type of light that I would be using to film with, and you can see how annoying that would be trying to film with a table that is that reflective.
Yeah, it's just the camera's just gonna pick up and it's gonna auto adjust and darken it, and then you're not gonna be able to
It's
see.
gonna be a nightmare. Not to mention
Yeah.
you have that light just literally just reflecting right back at the camera. But I mean, this is actually pretty high gloss, but it's not even like full gloss because it's not polished. That is like straight out of the can. I haven't done anything with it after I laid that last coat, so it's a little wavy. You can tell by the shape of the.
Yeah, it's wavy, but you could
I give
definitely
that
see you.
if I give that a final sand once it hardens, it would be glass smooth.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, and the problem is with it being glass smooth, like I said, it would just reflect right back at the camera, and it'll be a pain in the ass to try to film, and get nice camera angles of what I'm trying to do. And most likely, what would happen is the thing that I'm trying to film would be so out of focus and washed out because of the lights reflecting all over the place. So this will be
Yeah,
this will be. I'm debating whether to go semi-gloss or matte, like
I
a
think matte would
satin
be
or a
better.
matte. I have to buy another can of matte if I'm going to go matte because I ran out. The can that was actually gloss was supposed to be matte,
Mm-hmm.
and I bought gloss instead. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and not use it now that I've already opened it. And because I was applying matte finish, ran out of the can of matte, and then I went to go apply. I opened up the new container, laid a coat down, and came back down. I'm like, is the table still wet?
Is the table still wet?
And I go down. I was like, oh, it's not wet. It's gloss. Like, what the hell? And I went to look at the container. I was like, oh, yeah, it says high gloss. That's not what I wanted to pick up. That's not the shelf that I picked it up off of, because the gloss was on a different shelf. The matte was on another shelf. And I just went and grabbed a can that was right there with the matte can, and instead of, I just grabbed the one next to it, and then realized that can was gloss. Welcome, Grant. Welcome. I've got your new sticker. It's right up there. And Pilot, I'm not exactly sure how much those ring lights are. They can range depending on where you get it from and the quality that you get. This one here, Jess bought. I don't think she paid very much for it. I don't think it was much more than like $20. Do you remember, Jess, about how much you think you paid for that ring light? She doesn't remember. But you could probably do a quick Google search and find it. This one came with a tripod stand, so that way you could obviously. I have it lowered. I don't know. It's about midway. It's just kind of hanging back here, saying hello. Normally I have it up here in the front of me, so that way it'll give me light that doesn't give me a bunch of shadows.
Yeah.
But right now I'm just using our smart lights at a dimmer setting than they're normally at, so that way that doesn't wash me completely out. Because I needed to use this one's USB, so it's actually plugged into a USB hub off of my computer. Actually, no, this one's not off my computer. This USB hub plugs directly into the wall. I have a 4 hub USB thingy that sits on my desk for charging my phones and stuff, and that's what it's plugged into. I have another 4 USB plugged into a USB 3.1 or 3.2 jack in my computer.
Mm-hmm.
That one I use for downloading. For the camera. I do believe no. This camera's plugged directly into the computer. My mouse is plugged into that port, and then also I plugged my leads for my phones and stuff to download to the my footage to the computer through that. But I do believe I think most of them though are USB lead. You just at that point you just need a phone charger to
plug it into the wall
to light them up. But it makes them more universal that way, because a lot of the times you either using your computer or are most camera guys normally have a bunch of USB powered stuff.
Yeah.
But Grant Pilot was asking where everybody was at today, and we have Grant here, which is special. I got a sticker from Grant along with a nice letter, and he gave us a gift card to Jags for Jean Grey.
Nice.
Which is definitely going to be put to good use. And he wrote me a nice letter along with that. It was completely out of the blue. Like, he didn't even let me know this was coming. It's just I just came home the one day. I had a bad day at work. I came home and opened up the mail, and I'm like, who's sending me mail and from Kansas? And it's didn't even click. And I opened it up. Well, I didn't. It didn't. It's not that I didn't understand. It's when I flipped it over, and I saw that. Now, every time Grant has sent me something, he has had his, and that's not a stamp, that's not printed. Those are hand drawn 6 pistons.
Nice.
And every time I have his last one. If I can reach it without popping out my, nope, never mind. Let's say if I could reach it without popping out my earbud, but I didn't. I think I have. Yep. I have the last one he sent me right here.
Oh, jeez.
There's from the last one that he sent me. He also wrote me a nice big letter with that one, which I still have. This was from the last time I got his sticker, which is also sitting here. That sticker is sitting right here. These are actually supposed to go on my truck. You probably can't even see these. But these are like call-out stickers for your vehicle for...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got them a while ago, but they were supposed to go on the truck. And obviously the truck hasn't been done, so they've just been sitting here. But yeah, a bunch of my old stickers are in this envelope, along with all of the stickers that I've gotten from different channels. I got Double R Restorations, Grant, stuff with Cletus. I do have a Jason Old Car Auto Guy original sticker.
Cool.
Except for that one doesn't show up because it's got transfer paper on the front of it.
Oh, yeah.
And so obviously, like those NOVAtazz ones, it has the transfer paper on the front of it, because it's a legit vinyl. It's not really a sticker. It's an actual vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, so you have that on there so that way everything stays in place. Because otherwise, if you take that off and try to put the sticker on, everything's going to get all out of whack. Because it's multiple colored vinyl. What did Grant say? He says, I have all of the letters from anybody that sent me mail, from YouTube. I have, like I said, I have the original envelope from Grant. And the other reason I keep it though is because if like you get people that send you stuff, and if you want to send them stuff back, you know, at some point I have his address, so I can resend him mail. In fact, I need to use his address because I need to actually send some of these original stickers to him, because they are doing a giveaway on their live streams. The ones they have on Thursday nights at 8:30, 8 o'clock, 8 to 8:30 normally. They've been running later than 8:30 recently, and I like that. I think it needed to be a little longer than a half hour, because their shows normally get going, and then the half hour's up, and it's like, oh man. And I always tend to be like freaking 15-20 minutes late, so I kept always showing up like right at the end of their live streams and missed like half of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they have a giveaway they're giving away. Jason on his channel, I do believe, is giving away a steering wheel.
Oh.
From a company that he's working with, and Grant is giving away... Why is it slipping my mind? Because he did his a couple weeks ago, so I don't remember exactly what it is. But if you go to their live streams and you donate to their live streams while they're live, you get entered into a chance to win their prize.
Nice.
And I do believe the donations help cover the cost of the prize, because I don't think it was given to them for free, especially not the cost of the steering wheel. I mean, it's like $120 at least. And I'm pretty sure the one I'm pretty sure that the one that Grant is giving away is pretty damn close to that cost as well. Yeah, it won't be long, Grant, until you end up with like an hour-long show. Especially when you have as many people in there that you do. You guys could pull off an hour-long show and keep it pretty well populated the whole way through. Oh wow! So yeah, I guess that is. The steering wheel was free. It is a complete sponsored donation.
Oh.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's sound deadener, which I could use the sound deadener more than the steering wheel. Poor Jean Grey has literally no sound deadening material left in her, because it had that like that tar paper.
Oh yeah.
That real thick just stuff that's stuck to the bottom, and obviously after 30 some years, that stuff gets nasty. And so one of the first things I do when I get these classic muscle cars, I rip all of that stuff out, because all it ends up doing is becoming a moisture trap.
Yeah, then you get rot and
and the TA had no rot on the floors, so I didn't want it to start. So I ripped it all out and made sure that there was no bare metal on the floor pans. But in doing so, there's no insulation and there's no sound deadening in that car. So when you fire up that Pontiac engine, it's loud. There's no hiding from it. You can't roll the windows up and make it get quieter. Then it just gets louder because it reverberates through the floor. Oh, that's not good. He says that they've been flake. You never want when you're working with a company. It's kind of funky when they don't want to talk. I mean, that's kind of and I can't say this with Holly yet because I haven't gotten in contact with Holly. I really want to. I want to start up a business well, I guess it would be a business relationship.
Yeah.
With Holly. I'm not asking for anything from them, but for them to know that I exist and that,
and that you want to work with them.
Yeah. And that way, if they see my stuff online or whatever, and they realize that, hey, I'm getting some traction and some people are seeing my stuff, that maybe they'll be more willing to work with me in the future.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks, Grant. Yeah, Jess isn't necessarily always happy with how much time I spend doing my live streams, but she tends to go to bed around that, or she'll just go in the room and go watch her anime. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. He said that he'd rather them say sorry, we don't want to work with you, than go radio silent.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, though, at that point, I don't know if I would go with that brand in particular. Because if they're not going to work with you and they're not going to be, that's an HR thing. Or not an HR, a PR thing. And if they're not going to be
transparent,
not necessarily transparent. That's not the word I'm looking for. I'm looking more for the word of like consumer relations. Like if they can't get in contact with him about doing this PR thing, how much are they going to be in contact if they has an actual like product issue?
Yeah.
Or because obviously if Grant is trying to give this prize away and he's technically promoting their product.
Mm-hmm.
And if he gives it to someone else and they have an issue with it and they contact that company trying to get help with it, what if they don't get any help?
Yeah.
And there's plenty of other sound deadening companies out there that are good. Upfront, it would be a good word, yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is like I said, so if he gives that prize away, he's still promoting their company, even if he's paying for it. And in doing so, then he has to stand behind that product because he gave it, and even more so if it wasn't given to him. Like, I mean, if he literally bought this product and is giving it away to somebody, it makes him almost more responsible than if it was given to him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that it's less responsible if it's given to him, but it's kind of like him buying it is saying that, yes, I stand behind this product. And obviously if they're not going to uphold their product on the back end, you know, what does that say about their product?
Yeah.
You know, it's like me. Almost anybody who messages me or replies to one of my videos, unless it's something that doesn't need a reply, and even then, most of the time, I still reply. Even if I don't know the answer, I at least reply to a message. And I might tell them, "Hey, I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer this question." You know, I might try to find them an alternate way to, like, an alternate means to find the information they're looking for, like point them in the right
Mm-hmm.
direction. But I'm not gonna just go radio silent. You know. Hey, Robert's Garage. Gotta definitely thank you, sir. You had sent a few subscribers my way over the past week. He has been blowing up his Instagram with everyone else's channels and pushing everybody else's content. Now, granted, Robert made it over 1,000 subs. I think last week it was over 1,000 subs. I'm not sure where he's at right now because I don't really watch people's sub counts. But he was definitely killing it, and you know, and all that. Let's see. Best they can do is 7 episodes. Maybe I should offer to pay a small portion of it instead of being all or nothing right now. Yeah, I don't know exactly what your deal was and how you were working it through. Title sponsor for 9 episodes of the show. Yeah. See, I don't know if I'd ever do a title sponsor. I might have, you know, like an on video sponsor, like way out there pushing it. Say Holly does decide to want to help me out with product or whatever for my builds or whatever. Even if it's not necessarily like financially helping out, like say just you know whatever. Having their mentioning them in my video or having their product or banner in the background, I could see doing that. But you know, having it something like NOVAtazz brought to you by Holly Performance or something like that, I don't know if I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Only because it shuts the door on other products that I could potentially work with. You know, because obviously if I'm sitting here being powered, you know, sponsored by Holly, I couldn't use an Edabrock on one of my builds because that would be, you know, it'd be
Yeah.
contradictory. Versus as in like a certain product might be, I mean, a certain project might be sponsored by Holly, but having a
Mm-hmm.
whole, I mean, unless it's like Cletus, where like every time he has a project, Holly's dumping like their whole product line at him for every build. But
Mm-hmm.
the only problem with that again is that it leaves him up with no opportunity to expand or explore because you're kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he's working with some great company. He's got, you know, Texas Speed. Love to work with Texas Speed. Would I love like a, you know, like a 427 in the Nova? Damn right, I would love a 427 in the Nova. You know,
Mm-hmm.
especially you know, 700-800 horsepower unit from Texas Speed. You know,
Damn straight.
you know, and then especially you know, you top that off with Holly's freaking, you know, Terminator freaking EFI system. You know, damn. I mean, that thing would be freaking ripping, you know, 8s or 9s in the freaking quarter mile in no time.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I don't have that clout to do that. I mean, granted, he's huge. I guarantee you, they're getting a lot more revenue back than what they're giving out by helping his channel.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody's seeing. I mean, geez, every single one of his builds have almost the same setup. 400 plus cubic inch Texas Speed engine, Holly Performance freaking fuel management, um, well, engine management because geez, just everything. I mean, their timing, their fuel, everything is Holly.
Yeah.
But like I said, but the problem with that is say another company comes out with something cool, they can't really just go and explore that opportunity because they're guaranteed you contractually they're obligated to run only Holly stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I would assume. especially being as big as they are. And if you've watched not Straight Six Fan, sorry Grant, but it's just the Six's channel, when he's had sponsorship issues where he went with a product that wanted to work with him, and that product ended up turning sour. And obviously when it went sour, they didn't want to stand behind their product, and then they wanted to sue him because he tried to put a voice out against people following the same issue he had. And then they tried to sue him for slanderism and all kinds of freaking shit, and he ended up having to take everything down involving that product for a while until they fought it out legally.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like a year, 2 years later, he's finally able to get going on those projects again because now he's not tied in with that certain sponsorship.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was an ugly nightmare for him. But I mean, that's the problem with when you're smaller, because he started that deal when he was smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's huge. Well, huger. But the problem is he went with that company because that company was willing to work with him when he was smaller. But then you're stuck with that company when you get bigger, and you might, obviously then it gets you stuck in a corner. I've just been ignoring the chat here. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Left 4 Dead. Wow, 1,300. No, I'm up above. What am I at? No, I'm at 2. I'm at 1. No, I'm at 2. Aren't I at 2? 2,000 subs?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2,170, 75, 74. He's gonna pass me in a blink of an eye. I give him another 2 months. If he's going at the pace he's going at, he's going to be caught up to Jason. There's no way he's not going to. He's just killing it. Yeah, I'm actually 1,000 exactly 2,175 subs.
Nice.
Yeah, it's all thanks to you guys, man. I mean, I wouldn't be anywhere without subs and people watching. Though I am more concerned less with my sub count, more of my average view count. It's more of where I'm worried with is what is the average view count on my videos? How many people can I averagely bring into a video?
Yeah.
To me, that sounds like a more beneficial gauge on how well your channel is doing than subs, because anybody can click a sub button and then never watch another video.
True.
So at that point, how important in the overall picture is that sub at that point? A sub is nothing if you don't watch videos.
Yeah.
It's generally the watch time that actually reflects on how well your channel is doing. Yeah, I agree with Left 4 Dead. His channel is definitely running full steam, but he's producing like definitely entertaining content. I mean, looking at those old cars and stuff like it's just something I enjoy doing. I don't have the ability up here. I mean, mainly because if they're left in the field like that up here, they're normally not around 20 years later. 20 years later, they're part of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
They return to the earth up here if left outside that long. Does anybody know? I know how to use a timing light. Just saying. My timing light's busted, but I know how to use one. I just got to find another one. That's not a freaking cheap piece of junk. My old one was a Sears. Not even a Craftsman, a Sears.
Dang.
And it was that old, too. I'm talking, it had to have been freaking 80s.
Good Lord.
It's going to say that because YouTube rounds the last digit either up or down. I guarantee you it will say 2.18 before I hit 2.18. Normally when I hit around like 8 or 9 before the next 10th, it'll bump it up. So like when I hit 278 or 279, it'll say I have 2,108, 80, or 2.18. But that's the way YouTube has always done it since they went to that kicking off the only using the first three digits of the number. They just round it. It's to stop people from doing that whole unsubscribe, subscribe bullshit when it comes to channels getting close to certain numbers, because that really messes with their analytics and their algorithm. And it also gets people to stop obsessing over sub counts. Because honestly, that can be a very unhealthy thing when you're just solely focused on sub counts. It's a nice thing to watch, but overall, I have found sub counts really don't mean a whole lot once you reach over 1,000. The 1,000 is like a benchmark because obviously that's a goal to be able to be monetized. But overall, once you hit above 1,000, it really doesn't matter. I mean, at that point, you should be more focused on your views and your watch time and where people are joining or leaving your videos. So, like, if you're constantly having them leave at a certain point or whatever, then maybe you need to change the way that you tell your story in your videos so that way people will hang around longer. I have a problem with that because I'm not a very good storyteller when it comes to videos. I kind of just record the stuff and then post it, which does reflect in my watch time sometimes. But I also don't make videos to perfectly please the algorithm, because that's not kind of why I'm on YouTube. I'd love to get big, but do I care enough to make the algorithm happy or to make myself happy? So just don't be behind me after I've eaten a big can of beans. Wouldn't suggest that. It's definitely better to be upwind from that point. Personal tip. Speaking of, though, where is everybody? I was just talking to Chris this morning.
Don't know.
Don't know. I mean, we're already an hour in. Normally Chris has joined us by now if he's going to join. No active people. Yeah, bullshit. Oh, I don't know where Cletus is at either. Normally Cletus is joined.
Yeah.
I guess he's busy.
Must be.
Whoa, that was different.
What?
I don't know, you got really loud really all of a sudden.
I wasn't. I don't know.
Cletus just said he'd be on shortly.
About dang time.
Right? No, not that anybody has to join, but it's just like, oh. Alexa, stop. Alexa, shush.
Shush.
Why can't you? Echo, stop. Man. Yeah, when you got to yell at your smart devices in the middle of your live stream.
Yeah, it's not very smart.
It reminded me to take the trash out, which is all fine and dandy, but it's not like I'm going to jump up and take the trash out in the middle of my live stream.
Yeah.
Hold on, I can't miss this. I have to go take the trash out. I'll be back. We're an hour in. We should be doing another thing. Add points to all users. All viewers. 1,000 points. Actually, we're going to go 3,000 because Cletus isn't here.
Mhm.
3,000 points. Yeah, that puts Pilot up there pretty good. Points? Points.
Points?
Oh my
Where?
god, freaking stupid freaking seagulls from Finding Nemo. Where is the points at, by the way? Let's see. Hopefully I typed that in right. Watch, I forgot it's supposed to be capital T, isn't it?
No.
Nope, there it goes. Yeah, freaking stuff with Cletus, man.
Jesus.
He just freaking kills it.
Kills is insufficient. He murders that shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, granted, he donates to the live stream almost every live stream. But he also gambles his points.
Yeah.
That's not completely updating because it didn't give Straight Six Fan 3,000 points yet. Unless it's not. It should be working. I don't know. Maybe he didn't say anything recently enough? I don't know. I don't know how that works. I wish I knew how it worked. What is Lucra? There's a new thingy. Oh, pay-per-view live streaming platform. No, we're not doing pay-per-view. I'm not that freaking... I'm not that... look, there. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil.
It lives.
Here he is.
Hey, guys.
Next Christmas I should send you guys a care package if you're going to constantly be on my live stream with, like, I don't know, maybe like a green screen, a freaking decent webcam, a mic.
I'm working on getting all that set up. I'll have something set up soon with it. Hey, Roberts.
I don't do it.
No, I was sitting there, last week I wasn't here, but this week I'm going to be on there. I'm going to be early, but sitting here started talking to somebody that stopped by. I didn't even realize what time it was.
It's just like hanging out in our live stream, and next thing
I'm telling you,
hours have gone by, and you're like, oh, damn.
Maybe I should get him on the live stream next time.
Who is it?
It's just a buddy that lives right down the road or whatever.
Hey, the more the merrier. You can always you can always send him an invite to join in the chat.
I will. He likes to talk a lot, so yeah, he likes to talk a lot, so he can get on there and chat.
Just I'm sure he has Facebook Messenger. Just send him a link, and maybe he can pop in and hang out with us right now. We could definitely use more viewers. I'd love to see. I would love to see by the end of this season. I think a fair one to do would be to get us up to an average view of 25 to 30 people live stream.
You could do it. That's achievable. I think the most I've seen on here myself is 13 or 14. I don't remember.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Would you believe that we used to average 100 viewers on this live stream?
I can believe it. I can sure believe it. Yeah, that was before you started doing the other person's.
No, it was right after I came back from doing
right after.
That. But it was before everyone else started doing their own live streams. So, like, when I first started doing live streams, most other people didn't do them. And then I went and started doing them with Greg, and didn't do them on my channel for a while. I think at that point also I wasn't saving my live streams when I would do them. Like now I save them. Mm-hmm. It would just do the live stream and then it would just be gone after I was done doing my live stream.
Which if you had somebody that was late or somebody that couldn't make it then or wanted to listen to it while they were driving down the road, that wouldn't work.
So. No. Well, and also because at that point they didn't save the chat.
Mm.
Now I think they save chat. So
I think they do.
You can go back and
or you could either read the chat or you can make new chat. I think it is, yeah.
That is an option you can click. You can click it so that way it gets rid of the chat after you're live. But I also have it up here, up on the screen, because of the fact that sometimes some platforms don't save it.
Yeah.
I also have it up here for like, say you're watching it on YouTube or on Google, not Google, Xbox or PlayStation or something. Sometimes some of those devices don't display. They didn't used to display chat for live streams.
Right.
And they do now.
A lot of them still don't. Like if I do it on my TV, it doesn't.
All right. But I know that if I watch it on my Xbox, it puts it right over top of where the chat already is, which I can see being confusing. But you can also make it go away too.
Yeah, you can turn it off.
So like when I watch Coastals, or
I wonder if I could turn it on the TV and make it where I could see the chat.
Yeah, if you're watching my live stream, it won't be very helpful because it literally puts it right over top of where I already put my chat, and then you're just seeing it just gets confusing.
Well, when I'm watching lives, I usually just do it on my phone. That way I can comment.
I do too. I do it on my phone as well. But sometimes, like, I don't look down at my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I normally will look up at the TV and I'll read the chat while it's up there. And then if I want to comment, I'll go down to my phone and type something up real quick.
Sure. Well, when I'm watching regular videos, I watch it on the TV, and if I'll like them and stuff. But if I want to comment, I get on my phone and go back.
It's annoying, which makes it harder to freaking like. Most of the time, I won't bother, and then it's like, well, like I watched your video the other day. I kind of just sent the comments straight to your inbox, but like those comments that I was leaving, I was watching the video live as I was sending you those text messages.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, my son definitely has his work cut out for him on that car.
It's not just that; the comments and things that he was making. It's like you can tell he's not like a natural car guy.
Yeah, well, he can. I'm not saying
he doesn't enjoy it, but you can tell he doesn't know necessarily his way.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
You're being photobombed.
I'm telling you.
It's like, oh my god, camera! Well, let me strut myself up here. Come on, look at me. I'm cute. I belong on this camera.
bro.
You're hijacking the live stream there, buddy.
Bro.
Oh, it's adorable.
It's a dog that thinks he's a cat. Just put him up on your shoulder. He'll be happy.
He sits right here all the time.
Yeah, you just need to switch your headset so it's on the other side.
Now he's touching my touchscreen on the computer.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get. You're going to have to give in.
You're going to like sniff
it's a fur baby.
Corner.
You should have seen.
Right.
You should see.
Let's not chew on my computer. Here, sit up there.
You're going to see like when Big E gets Lucy in his room, and it's the same thing.
Oh my god!
The more he tries to get rid of Lucy, the more persistent Lucy gets.
Yeah.
Mine are hanging out at the entranceway to the room right now. Normally they're right underneath of me somewhere, but I don't think the heater's on, which is why they're not over here.
Makes sense.
Oh, see you later, Grant. And geez, now this is reminiscent of old school NOVAtazz live stream.
Here we go.
The first hour I used to be on live. The first hour was always dead. Like I would have I would have Jason up here on the screen and maybe a few others, but like the whole first hour would be dead. And then Big E and Chris and Joe from Wicked Fabs, they would start joining in on the last back half of the live stream. So like I would just have to, and the thing is like if it was dead, like it was dead last week, we had like nobody, which it is what it is. But like last week, you never know if it's going to pick up after the first hour until you reach that mark, and so you're sitting here struggling to entertain people for an hour. Because until more help arrives.
Yeah.
Well, what it was about 2 weeks ago, you were about to get off, and then all of a sudden
it just blew up. And we were on until 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
That was a 5-hour live stream. It was one of the longest I've had. Now it's not the first 5-hour long stream we've had.
Sure.
If this chat gets going, and you guys, I have no problem staying on.
Well, that's kind of what controls the show.
Yeah,
is
exactly. You can tell whether a show, if a show is longer, it's because we had a good group of people on and we had a good conversation going. And yeah, because I'm not one to sit here and say, well, it's 11 o'clock, even though we got a really good thing going on, I'm signing off.
Well, it sucks. Like, I like Grant and Jason. I like their show a lot, but sometimes they just get going, then they're like, all right, we got to jump off.
They have.
I know they got a lot of scheduling conflicts.
No,
I'm just saying it sucks.
It's not.
That it gets going like that.
There is one reason why they get off.
Hmm.
That's I cannot go with the second half of what I was going to say, because the first half of what I was going to say is totally going to make the second half of what I was going to say sound really inappropriate.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are other halves of the reasons why they don't stay on longer.
And get it. God dang off. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Jess is really
no balls.
Jess is really understanding of what I do. But I also make sure that I give her the time that she wants. Now, she's definitely one of those, like a good boyfriend, stay over there sometimes.
Sure.
I want my space, you stay over there. In fact, I think she fell asleep, because I'm still on the phone with her, but I don't hear her.
You ain't got nothing to worry about until
nope,
she comes over there with her. When you see your broomstick come in, then you're in trouble.
Jess just said no, she's still here. She just has me muted. See, it's one of those like a good boyfriend stay over there moments. Even though we're on the phone, I mean, like yesterday, we were literally had an open phone conversation. Like the line was open. We were on the phone with each other for 15 hours yesterday.
Dang.
We weren't talking the whole time.
Yeah, but the line was open.
But the line
That's
was
how
open.
we used to do back in high school. You just have the phone
there's
there
a
where you're
reason.
doing what you're doing.
She has been stuck at work since 6 p.m. Friday.
Oof.
And she's not coming home until mid to early afternoon tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Hopefully.
Okay, so yeah, so early, like I said, early afternoon. So when her staff comes in at 2 o'clock on Monday, she can go home.
I'll be right back.
All right, thanks for warning us.
So yeah, that was more of,
quick.
it's a Saturday. That's normally the time that me and her hang out, even if we're doing our own thing.
Yeah,
we're normally near each other, or whatever. She might be on her phone watching TikTok or whatever it is she's doing.
7 Days to Die or whatever.
No, we have not played 7 because of the way that the schedules have been. We have not had the ability to play 7 Days to Die.
Oh damn!
Because she's been her schedule, the stress and everything else. She just hasn't had the ability to be, awakened. Because, geez, we can get playing 7 Days to Die. It's been the sun has come up some days.
Right, you really get into it.
Yeah, and you can't do that because then she can't get up and do her thing in the morning because she's not like me. I'm good with 4 or 5 hours of sleep. She's definitely not good with 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
I'm good with that every once in a while. I wouldn't want to do it every day.
Yeah,
that'll get me. But.
I'm surprised Pilot's here. Holy shit.
Miss Formie, the only reason you would have lost a bunch is because of the fact that
we've been absent the last 2 weeks.
I
don't think she was here when she reset it.
Yeah,
you reset it, so yeah.
You reset at the beginning of the year.
Everybody's down.
You have as many as you have is because of how much time you spent in the live, and you guys haven't been on very much in the last couple of weeks. For whatever your reasons, you guys don't have to be here. And Cletus has sat here and dropped some donations along with gambled his winnings and has doubled his.
I like being the chat boss or the stream boss, and I like got to be number one at something.
Right. No, I think you are. Yeah, wow, you really don't have that much. Are you even up on the screen? Oh yeah, you're
she's number 6.
She's at like 300 and some.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, she's only got like 10 more points since the last time she was on here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's part of what happens. I mean, let me reset it because not reset, but
here goes Gamble.
yeah, because now you're at 320.
There you go. Well, I think the last time she was on here, you had a.
Chris, you kind of spelled that wrong.
You got to put a space.
I'm not surprised.
There's a space in between gamble and all.
I think the last time she was on, you were trying to give everybody 1,000 points and it didn't work or something. But
yeah, I just tried to give a bunch of people points now, and I think it did work, but I'm not positive.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Thank you, Robert. That'll go to the Jean Grey Restoration Fund.
Come on, you damn thing.
I have a bad habit of blowing up other people's super chats.
Yeah, we had something going the other day, didn't we?
Well, I couldn't let you outbid me. I mean, that wasn't cool.
I finally did. But it
that's because I wasn't
anyway.
willing to go. I mean, I don't mind giving a couple bucks here and there, but
well, it wasn't really it wasn't really a competition. We were way beaten by
Nick's Garage. But I mean, come on, he probably out money makes us hands down.
Yeah, well, he has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and
not just that. You got to think about his business.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, I just started watching his channel actually, so I don't know.
I've been watching his channel. Jeez, how long has it been? Well, before the white car was even a freaking thought. Well, it wasn't a thought because it's always been a thought, but long before that white car ever came out of storage enough to be started.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. The only reason I started watching,
you know, the Challenger from Vanishing Point.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh my god.
Mm-mm. Dude, guess that's a movie I need to put in my list.
You have a homework. You have homework.
Okay.
It is to go find the original Vanishing Point and watch the movie.
Yeah. I've had so much homework this week. Robert's Garage been putting so much stuff on Instagram. I've been looking at all them channels.
Robert says chat.
I've been watching a lot.
Unfortunately, yeah. Robert, I don't think that there's going to be that great of a chat bid war with 8 people in the chat. I don't have enough people in my chat to do that.
Well, now he's the boss here.
Have you seen Bullet, the original Bullet with
Steve
McQueen?
Yep.
Okay, you've seen that one. Have you seen the original Gumball Rallies?
Nope.
Oh, there you go.
Well, hold on. Let me get my little list out here.
Have you seen the original Gone in 60 Seconds with the yellow Mustang?
I didn't much care for it, but I've seen it.
Oh. Even if you don't like the movie itself, those chase scenes from back then were hands down so much better than modern chase scenes.
Well, they were pretty much real.
Yeah.
What's the first movie you said to watch?
Vanishing Point.
Vanishing Point. All right.
Yeah. Well, that was a super chat bidding war.
He was saying, on Coastals they had that war.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But it's all in fun and
but
I
do believe
community.
Yep. Yes, you did. You got.
I've seen that. I know.
I'm gonna have to go put. Remind me to put Robert on my my list of. In fact, I can do that right now if I do it over.
I was gonna say, if you want, I could send you a message on Facebook. But yeah, you can go ahead and do it now.
I can do it over here. Edit, customize channel. Features channeled, options.
Roberts, when are you going to do a live? I don't think I've seen him do one yet. Now, I did see he went above 1,000 subscribers. That's freaking awesome. And he's been recommending so much.
Oh yeah, I already thanked him this morning. Yeah, he's got 1,310.
Yeah, he's killing it. He's been recommending so many channels that all I watch pretty much is automotive stuff on YouTube. But I went from having nothing to watch to now I'm just watching hours and hours.
And the problem is the problem is when you do end up with a bunch of channels to watch, you end up not watching a lot of them only because you're still also producing your own content.
Yeah, I mean, but I do watch a lot of content. So
So
if
do
it's
I. I just
something
don't
I'm not
always
going to watch, I won't
They
cars.
fall
watch
through
it.
the cracks
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens too.
if they're
Now, I
active.
do have a lot of content planned myself. I have 3 videos already done. I have 1 I'm still working on, and then I've still got a bunch to make. So
All right. It might take a little bit to go into effect, but
oh, look at
Robert's
Firebird. I
Garage.
won 140.
Huh?
He would gamble some money.
There you go.
That's almost enough for a sody pop.
Now you got 210.
If you go to my check out these other channels in a little bit, Robert's Garage should be up there with the suggested channels.
Good. I need to update mine. I
So,
changed.
but I mean, that's one of the
a
perks
while back.
of being the stream boss is you get put at the top of
Number 1.
that list.
It's
So
awesome.
you know, so now like if you visit my page, you'll see Robert's Garage up there as one of the suggested channels to go watch. So like it's pretty cool because like if you've seen his screenshots of my channel, Jason's got a free plug every one of those screenshots.
Right?
Because he was at the top of the list because I didn't update it when you did it.
I'm just not cool enough.
You're there all the time anyway. I might as well just leave you there most of the time.
So
Yeah, well.
But no, it was just because I forgot to go back and change it because after the live stream I don't think about it and then you know whatever it does. But yeah. So now when you do those screenshots, Robert's Garage should be at the top of that. Now I think I might switch that down to be like popular videos be first and then the subscribers, the channels just do whatever. Because I noticed when you look at it on mobile, it's annoying because that's the first thing you see. You have to scroll way down to get to the videos. Which I don't think that's a really good idea when it's going to, well, for people checking me out on mobile. It's good for them. It's just not necessarily good for me. Yep, there it is.
Yep, still says OCG on here.
Well, mine shows Robert's Garage right there at the top of the list. But yeah, you have to scroll through all of my suggested and then all of my subscriptions before you get to uploads and then popular uploads.
Hey, look, I'm number 3 on yours.
Well, you're 4 now, so.
Man. Hey, my next video will be my 100th video.
Wow, I think I have pushing 350 videos.
Yep, I can see that.
But I'm also not producing content.
Dang,
Like
Miss
that.
Formy's up to 990 already like that.
990.
I'm waiting for Miss
Oh,
Formy
she
to
wants
break out
600.
and talk about her Olympic moment on her vacation. Down there in the live chat.
Yeah,
Would you say she had a very, very unique experience that she never ever wants to repeat?
Yeah, I have 336 videos.
Dang, 41, 42. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm about to hit 100, and I would say the more content you put out, the more more views you get.
Well, you got to think about it. Think about it like this thing. Every video you put out is another net to catch viewers. The more nets you have out, the more views you're going to roll in. And you got to think about it like if you have a bookstore and you only have one book in it,
mm-hmm.
how much traffic are you going to get versus if you have a bookstore with 1,000 books in it? You see what I mean?
I like his net idea better. The more fish you catch, the more you're going to eat.
Well,
Pilot just won a bunch of money on your turn. A bunch
damn.
of I bet if I did, I'd lose. So I'm not going to do it right now.
You guys are just freaking killing it.
You
guys are fighting for those. By the way, I need to still do the prizes for last year, and Pilot needs to get at me. Miss Formy needs to get at me.
Pilot on my channel too.
Huh?
I still have something to send to Pilot.
Yeah, Pilot, you need to get a hold. You need to get a hold of Cletus. He's got a.
Well, if he can give the address to you or me, one of us, we can share it with each other.
Well, you need his email address. Is what you need.
Yeah, well, yeah. I just need the address to send some
The
stuff
problem
to.
is he's the only thing I think he's on is Discord, and I don't think he even has a Discord app right now.
Mm. It sucks you can't private message on YouTube anymore.
It does. It really, really, really does, because at that point you have to. Now, I have an email dedicated for my YouTube channel. I have no problems
Yeah, I
giving
do.
out that email.
Emails are free.
Well, I don't. You got to watch it when it comes to your email connected to your YouTube channel. So the email that you started your YouTube channel with, do not use that email.
No, I
to
didn't.
contact people. I'm not sure if you remember this, but like about a year ago, a bunch of YouTubers literally got their channels hijacked and deleted
Damn, that
because
would
of a
suck.
scam. Because most people use the
The
email
email they did.
that
Yep.
they log into YouTube with to contact things like sponsors.
Yeah, that
And
makes
so
sense.
this sponsor, this hacker posed as a sponsor, gave them now. What happens is like you see the Raid Shadow Legends promotion and all that on a bunch of
Yep.
channel. They will contact you. They will send you footage that they want you to use. And well, what happened is this hacker sent them the link that was supposedly the footage.
The footage.
And when they clicked on it, it immediately hacked their email that it was sent to. And then being able to get into their Google account, they got into their YouTube account, deleted every single video, and shut the channel down. So, granted, somebody like Robert Size or that's just starting out, even me.
Yep.
Yes, it would suck. It's 300 and some videos I would have lost. Now, granted, I'm actually making a decent amount of ad revenue off of my channel, so that would also suck. I mean, is it compared to anything like the big channels are making? No.
Ooh.
In fact, you could probably make what I make in a year with some good hustling on like Facebook Marketplace in a month. But anyway, what happens is if you're a bigger channel and you're ranking in thousands a day, and then all of a sudden it's gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And at that point,
he said Roman Atwood got hacked.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I don't know who Bruce Wilson is either.
Bruce Wilson, yeah.
They're not channels in my.
Roman Atwood was the number 4 YouTuber in the world for a little while. So.
And what, YouTube couldn't freaking go in and fix his shit?
I don't know.
They fixed these small.
I don't know. They may have.
Automotive YouTubers have never been known to be.
He got hacked. So.
Yeah, automotive YouTubers have never been known to be on the bigger end of channels.
Yeah, I mean, you got what? Chris Fix is the biggest, not corporation channel.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's number 2 right now. The only person that's beating them is the.
You can't tell me Cletus McFarland is below him.
It is. He is. Look at it. The only person that's beating them is Power Nation or whatever it is.
Oh, what about Donut Media? Donut Media is huge.
They're right there. I think they're right. No, is it Cletus or they're right behind him, like right behind him. But he's number 2 right now. So
and see, the thing is as much as I think Cletus McFarland, not Cletus, Chris Fixit is a decent channel. I don't watch his content.
Yeah.
I don't watch his content
for
because
people trying to learn how to do stuff.
Well, yes, I understand that. It's just like me. I mean, it's almost like watching your own content.
Yep.
And that's the problem. It's kind of the problem with a lot of automotive content. I watch content of stuff that either A, I'm doing myself only because I'm watching to see other people's techniques.
Yep.
When I watch channels that are automotive, I'm not necessarily watching them for an entertainment value. When I'm watching automotive channels, I normally watch channels that it's either entertainment or I'm watching it because I'm learning. So there's a lot of restoration channels out there that I watch more so than anything else because of the fact that you pick up tips and tricks on restoring vehicles, which is it's where my passion actually is. Sure, watching supercars and race cars and stuff like that is fun, but what really entertains me is classic cars.
Everybody that has rolled on your thing has won today.
So far.
I think
Yeah.
I think I need to go up and speak with my floor manager because I am my pockets are bleeding. So somebody has screwed up the win to lose ratio, and everybody's just winning. So this would be a good time to go visit teespring.com and go buy some NOVAtazz merch.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Too bad you can't use the point. That would be awesome if they made it where you can use.
I could
points
if I
to buy.
wanted to. If I wanted to use Streamlabs storefront.
Yep.
But the problem with using Streamlabs storefront is that they're way too expensive.
Yeah. Well,
I went and
even
tried
if it was
using
like
them.
you could only buy like stickers or something like that,
No.
that would be cool.
No, what happened is no. I tried to produce a T-shirt through the company that Streamlabs uses.
Mm-hmm.
The cheapest I could make that T-shirt was like $30.
Oh my god.
Your cost, you're saying?
No, for what you guys would pay.
Oh,
and
I
I
got
wouldn't
you.
be getting much out of that. And so I was like, no,
Yeah,
I'm not. No,
definitely not
no.
worth
I
it.
mean, I try to make at least a little something. I make like $5-6 off of a shirt off of Teespring. I could cut it down a lot lower. I could make the shirts like $15.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole point is you get a little something, and I get a little something.
Sure.
You know, granted, yes, you know, doing a donation or whatever is great. I mean, I get most of that money as long as it's super chats. I get about 2/3 of the cash. The PayPal I get almost I get like 100% of it. But the thing is with the Teespring, you guys get something out of it too. You know, you spend $20, you get a freaking T-shirt. I get a couple bucks out of that, and you walk around with something that, you know, hopefully you enjoy wearing. I haven't seen any stuff with Cletus with a NOVAtazz shirt on recently, but
I wore it yesterday. I wear it all the time. People ask me about it too, so I tell them go look.
You got to send them. But yeah, that is kind of also the point of it. You know, is with the merch. You know, as long as you have it somewhere that other people are seeing, that's the whole point of merch. Is you're wearing it, somebody asks you about it, and they're like, well, and then they go check it out. You know, right now, yeah, I'm wearing here it is. I'm wearing actually Street Speed's new Velociraptor shirt. I'm gonna turn it around backwards because I don't feel like getting up.
Fair enough.
All right, so shirt's on backwards now, but this is actually really cool. It's the truck Raptor with the Raptor in the background.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
So, I mean, and the thing is, yeah, sure, you get entered to win a vehicle with his stuff, but I don't. God, if this thing could just stay in my ear.
Too easy.
I don't wear this. I don't buy this stuff necessarily because I want to enter the competition. I specifically wait to buy something until there is a competition because I'm not going to sit here and hide. I'm not going to sit here and waste my money either.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not wasting my money because I do like the shirts. But if I can make my money work for me double fold, then all the better.
Yeah.
And that's what that is, you know. He's got a new T-Rex one for the when he jumped the truck that is, you know, kind of loosely based off of the Jurassic Park logo, which is really cool, and I kind of want that one, but I don't know if I want to enter the vehicle that one's for because it's a bright red Duramax on those freaking mall crawler wheels.
Oh.
I mean the Duramax is cool. I'd love to have a Duramax.
Well, just get new wheels.
Well, yeah, I would have to get rid of the wheels like right away.
You know, I should design a shirt where it has your Firebird and then a Tesla like way in front of it, like racing. So it's, you know.
Did you see the post I posted on Instagram the other day?
Charging.
Did you see the post I posted on Instagram the other day?
Stickers are fun.
No, I don't remember it anyway.
Wait, what's going on? Called my sister the other day and had and asked me, "Do you need stickers made up?" Well, there you go. You can send some stickers my way. I don't have somewhere set up to make my stickers to where I can hand them out. Most of my good stickers are on teespring.com. So if you really want one of my stickers, you can go visit to teespring.com. I can't make them any cheaper on there. I'm not making any money off of my stickers. So my stickers that are up on Teespring, they're as cheap as I can sell them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Burning Rubber, thanks for stopping in.
The reason why is because they're like $4 a sticker on Teespring. But I can't make them any cheaper. And I couldn't find a company like the ones that I had before, which I think I have one over there, but
how much are you paying before?
These ones? Oh, I didn't pay very much at all. I got them through I think I paid like $60-$70 for like 100 of them.
I got you.
But they're also I already know that these ones, because they're the same company I got these from, which is Vistaprint.
Vistaprint, okay. Now Vistaprint has went up in their prices. I don't know if you looked at them lately.
No, I have not checked their prices since whatever. But the good thing about what you should do, order something off of Vistaprint, but don't order a whole bunch. Right? Wait a day or two. They will send you an email for like a ridiculously reduction in price.
Yeah. I just been using Office Depot for like business cards and stuff.
Yeah, well, like
for
I said,
my
go buy them, and then wait a couple days, and they'll send you an email with a discount code for like a ridiculously low price.
Well, Office Depot, I got like 500 business cards for $18, so I was like, that's enough for a while.
See, the problem is this was my original sticker.
Yeah.
This is the original logo.
Pretty nice sticker. Yeah.
And if you go real close, come on, focus.
See the edge on
there? It's really
there?
choppy.
Yep.
Because that was a hand-drawn image.
Yep. You was telling us about that.
Yeah, it's not vector image like my new logo. And I literally threw that together on
something.
Microsoft PowerPoint. I don't use Microsoft PowerPoint for doing my logos anymore. I use Inkscape and Blender, and there's another program that I use.
Hey, Burning Rubber.
Yes, welcome aboard, Burning Rubber. I see you. But I use those stuff now because they let me do a lot more. The other thing that I can use, I use now, and I think, it's back here. Hopefully, I don't knock my picture on the floor. Oops, something fell. I use this. This is a digital drawing pad that you hook up to your computer, and it works just like a pad of paper. So instead of using a mouse to do my drawing, I can use this. Now, Jess has one over there that's even better than this one. Hers actually has a screen on it. So when she uses hers, she can actually see what she's doing right there where she's drawing it, whereas I have to look up to the computer, which I don't like.
On your monitor?
I have to use my monitor, which to me makes me feel disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
I like looking at what I'm drawing, but this is way better than using a mouse.
Buddy.
My wife has she has a little screen that she actually draws on.
Now,
and
is
then
hers
she can
an
erase
iPad?
and all kind of stuff.
Is it an iPad or is it an actual?
It's
drawing?
HP brand, I think.
Because this is Huion. I would have her go look at Huion. You cannot.
She just bought this one.
You cannot.
It costs like $2,000.
Yeah,
$2,400.
Yeah, that's about how much these ones are. This one here was like $100 because it doesn't have a screen in it. The one that Jess has, I think, was close to $200. But it's not one of their bigger, nicer ones. They have ones that are like 4K image.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's basically like drawing straight on your monitor.
Yeah, hers is the monitor, and it has a keyboard you can fold out if you want.
These ones don't have, the ones that I'm talking about, the Huion ones, they don't have a keyboard. They have the macro keys across the top and down the side.
Yep.
But those ones don't have a keyboard. You still hook it into your computer. It still uses your computer to save and all of that stuff. It's just a screen with a built-in touch sensitivity for the pen.
Yeah, she probably won't look at anything else because she likes that. And like I said, we just paid like $2,400 for it. So
yeah, I would suggest her at least look at it. If she ever wants to see any demonstrations of it, look up the channel called Jazza, Jazza. He normally does a bunch of promotions to give them away. That's how I got this one. I paid I think $60 for it, but I think it was like $120 because of the discount through
cheap.
him. It was a discount that Huion was given plus his discount on top of it. So
gotcha.
I got it pretty cheap. But at that point, that's what I could afford. Otherwise, I would have gotten one with a screen on it. But that was better than using my mouse at the time.
Yeah.
Well, my wife's been doing all my merch for me because I tried Teespring. I just don't like how their program is, and I'm not very good at it. She does all that for me, but
I'm kind of curious as to how well my stuff would come out with somebody doing an actual does she use a printer or does she have an actual silk screening process?
Yes and yes. So for the printer. For the stickers and stuff, she has this little thing. It's a special printer that prints out stickers, and then she has the whatever it's called, the
die cut
circuit that cuts it.
Yeah.
But for like T-shirts and stuff, it's a different printer because it uses a certain kind of ink that you heat press it. So
okay.
So she has it's a bunch of different stuff.
I'd like to find somebody to silk screen.
That's a big expense. We can't do that yet. But.
Yeah. Because most of these shirts, like these ones, this is silk screening.
Yeah.
So the ones that In Chain Designs does is silk screening. The ones that Cletus McFarland does, his are silk screened. Which I bought a few of his. I have his
The
Toast.
difference between a silk screen, I guess, and a sublaminate like he does. The sublaminate, you can kind of do whatever. With the silk screen, you got to, like I said, them machines are some money.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much you use a bunch of ink and then you spread it out and then you got to clean it and it's different.
Those ones normally last longer. The image lasts longer. It tends to be vibrant longer. I guarantee you Teespring uses the printer.
Yeah.
I don't know what they use, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the printer is good for smaller scale projects as far as like only a couple shirts. I mean, a couple shirts to many shirts. I'm going to say probably the more shirts you do versus on a printer, the less cost of effective it is because of probably ink cost at that point versus setup cost. Because like with the printer, there's very little setup cost. But I'm sure that the ink that they use in those printers are probably more expensive in the long run than silk screening.
I don't even know. We got so much
the setup cost to set up a silk screening process because you have to set up multiple screens for each color, a different screen for each color. And so if you have 8 or 9 colors, it's 8 or 9 silk screens. Sure. So the pre-setup for a silk screening process is going to cost you more. But I think that the more shirts you run at a time, the less that's going to cost.
Well, I have
nothing to base.
We have no aspirations into running a T-shirt business. We do that. I don't want to do that. Yeah. It's more of
which does better detail
business for her. I don't know which one does better detail.
Like I said, there's also detail versus. It depends on what the pixel density is. I mean, I'm sure more expensive printers can do a deeper pixel density.
Oh,
what?
Oh, he lost finally. Somebody finally lost.
Oh no!
Somebody.
But I'm sure that the more expensive the printer is, the more dense the pixel density is. So it would be then the better detail. But the problem I found with stuff off of Teespring is it tends to fade quickly, some of it. Like, I bought a shirt for Draw with Jazza when he was Draw with Jazza instead of just Jazza, and it was, I'm an adult with a stick figure, like the fat stick figures you see for like a potty entrance. You know what I mean? The big fat stick figures. It's one of them curled up into a fetal position. It says, I am an adult. And the ones that I see him wear on his channel, you can tell those are silkscreened. They're much clearer. They're a lot. You can see it on this shirt too. I mean, I've only worn this shirt maybe 3 times before I put it up because I put a burn mark in it.
Dang.
Yeah, it sucks. I burnt the shirt, and I only had it.
Well, hell.
I only had it for. Yeah, you can see like. I can put my hand over here behind the burn mark so you can see it. See, I put burn holes in it.
Yeehaw!
This was laying up against the radiator. It got kicked over near the radiator at my old house, and the radiator burnt the shirt.
Dang.
So it sucked. But I'd only had it for a little while. I think I wore it like twice. But what you can see is if I hold it up real close, I mean, it's still a good image. But what happens is it's not as bold or opaque as like silk screening.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's got pretty good detail. You can see it. I mean, if I hold this shirt up here, it's got some pretty decent detail.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even with that image. But the problem is again, it's not as opaque as, like, say, silk screening. You know, silk screening, you're definitely going to get solid coverage. You know, it's a thicker ink.
Yeah.
But for what it is. I don't pay anything out of pocket for these shirts. Versus if I had to get shirts silk screened, you know, for me to get like 100 shirts, you're looking at $200 or $300 up front before I've even sold one of them. And I'm glad I didn't go that way. Because if I would have went that way, I'd still be in the hole as far as t-shirts wise.
Mm-hmm.
Because I haven't sold $300 worth of t-shirts off of Teespring. You know? So it wouldn't have made sense for me to have a bunch of silkscreen shirts sitting here. Because it wouldn't have been cost effective for me. I would have lost money.
Mm-hmm.
This way, at least I have the ability for people that want merch to have it, but I don't need to have 100 shirts sitting here to be cost effective for me to even make any money off of it. Because if you just order 10 shirts, you would have to sell them at like $30 or $40 a shirt to even make a profit off of a single shirt.
Right.
Because it would cost you $20 to $30 a shirt to have it made.
Mm-hmm.
Because with silk screening, the smaller the run, the more it costs per shirt. Versus if you were to run 1,000 shirts, it might cost you $5 or $6 a shirt, which would be almost at cost of the shirt of the material.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're
But then you're going to sit on them till you sell them.
Right. Some company like Goon Squad, they'll sell 1,000 shirts in freaking 30 minutes.
Right.
You know, because they're that big and they push their merch like that. That's why they can do that. You know, how ridiculous. Same way. You know, when they push their merch, it's gone quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I gotta try to get in here and get my other glass out of here. Stupid table's in my way.
I just shared on Instagram. Robert's Garage is now at the top of your page on YouTube. So,
well, until you outbid him again.
One day.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that bidding war you guys were speaking of? I mean, come on.
We got to get some more people in here first. You need like 15 or 20 people. I think you'll be good then.
Well,
you'll get there.
It takes more than just me to freaking get my channel out there. I have saturated my ponds. I have saturated my ponds for years now. I have no new ponds to drop a line in.
Hey, Roberts will get you there. He's since he's been helping spread the word here, I've got 6 subscribers from
There you
him
go.
alone that said
Let
I've
me
been
catch back
sent
up
here
with
by
chat
Roberts.
here. I have neglected chat because we've been sitting here having a good conversation.
I've been bringing it up.
Let's see. Yeah, Bernie Robert popped in to say hi. Da, 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 da. Cool to see the changes you learn. Yeah, everything is a learning curve, and when you're a one man show, you got to learn how to do all of it. I mean, I can't tell you how much I wish I had somebody to edit my videos, because as much as I like editing my videos is as much as I hate editing videos. I guarantee you my videos could be a lot better if somebody else that knew how to edit was editing them.
Speaking of learning things, when I go to set up my once a month live starting next month, but I'm prepping it this month, I will need probably some help on getting StreamYard to YouTube and all that. Help
Are
with your
you
information.
just using StreamYard, or are you
I think I
using...
will. So if I have somebody come on, they can, if it's just not me on the live, I have like you or
Well, like
somebody
I
else
said,
on the live.
I use StreamYard and Streamlabs. Just using StreamYard, what you would see is exactly what is in the small window on my live. That is it. Blank background. Well, I mean, I think they have some different backgrounds and stuff now, but I can link you to a couple channels that use just StreamYard. I think Grant and Jason use just StreamYard.
Okay.
I use StreamYard and Streamlabs. I do not go live on StreamYard. I crop an image out of the StreamYard internet page, and I snag that portion of the screen and share it to Streamlabs, which then goes live on YouTube. But that's because I'm special and I can't stand the boring platform that StreamYard. They have a better platform if you pay for it.
Yeah, I'm
But
not.
I don't even make enough off of doing my live stream every month to pay for it.
Yeah.
So there's no point. I mean, I don't make enough to freaking pay for Streamlabs either, but Streamlabs at least gives me a pretty exciting background to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that stuff moves and twinkles and shiny. I have ADHD. If I had just StreamYard, I'd be bored. It's just
That's what all the chat's for. Come on now.
Well, I mean, it's just like the reason why I went from using just Windows Movie Maker, and I outgrew the other programs that I have subsequently outgrown since starting my YouTube channel. I'll learn the program, and then I will outgrow it because it will no longer do the things that I want it to do that I'm learning. Like, I'll learn something new, and I realize that this program no longer lets me do that. So then you have to get a bigger, better program that has that capability. So, like, let's say I watch a YouTuber and I watch, okay, they made this text title come up out of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Windows Movie Maker, no matter how hard you try, is never going to let you do that. It doesn't even let you put a title screen over top of a freaking image. You have to cut to a title
I don't even think you could. I don't even think they use Windows Movie Maker anymore, do they?
You could no. You to get Windows Movie Maker, you have to download it. You have to backdoor it. But it is one of the best programs to learn how to edit a video. It's so basic.
My probably first 3 videos was the Movie Maker. Windows Movie Maker.
Okay. I did not read that right the first time, Robert Scrub. I
He
thought he threw up. It's like, don't do that.
He threw up listening to you talk about making videos.
I'm sorry I made you that sick. I'm actually on
I
my
was gonna say,
by the way,
whatever he's drinking, he's cut
you
off,
know what
right?
we have not done in forever. We have not. I should that we have definitely not done it so far this year. All right. Where is it? There it is.
If we have, it was the first one.
No, it wasn't even the first one. I guarantee you. I have not done
right.
it so far this year. What's in the cup? Who should we
I-
start with? We definitely can't start with Chris because normally Chris has like a list a mile long.
Right.
So we'll start with. we'll
Mine's
start
simple
with,
tonight.
We'll start with Cleet.
Just have water today. Finish some coffee
Are we
and
sure
now
it's water? We sure it's water?
regular old waters.
Okay. We'll go up to good old Biggie up here.
On my left, I've got my trusty water bottle, which is full of some high quality air right now because it's empty.
Your breath area now, huh?
Yeah, and on my right, I have this delicious cinnamon flavor candle wax.
That should go down.
Probably
nice
too
and
hot to drink.
That
I
should
bet
go
you,
down nice
I
and
bet
warm.
you wouldn't. Have you heard
We're
of
not
the
starting. We're
breatharian?
not starting the candle wax drinking contest.
Yeah,
drinking
no, we're
challenge
not,
on my
we're not.
freaking. There's enough freaking stupid challenges on social media. Oh my God.
Well, none of us are Gen Z, so we're not going to do
And the
this.
thing is
Please,
the sad thing is it is actually doing natural selection, and some people are not making it out the other
Well,
end of those challenges.
The Gen Zs that did that gave millennials a bad name. People think it's millennials. I'm like, no, millennials are older than that. We don't do that crap.
Exactly, we're not that stupid.
Yeah. Freaking like that one challenge where you take a pair of nail clippers and just like snap your tooth in
tooth,
half
yeah.
and then eat ice cream. Like, oh my God.
That's definitely some Gen Z stuff.
Like, that makes my teeth hurt.
Whatever
just thinking
gets you the
about that.
views.
And then my wallet.
Right.
I just got a message from Jess.
Oh.
Her relief that's supposed to be in
Her
in
relief
at 2
called
o'clock.
out.
Her relief just texted her and said that she doesn't have a babysitter all this week. Now you got to understand, Jess's house is Jess. We work for a group home. Okay,
Mhm.
We are supervisors. We're supposed to have what they call direct support professionals that are supposed to be our regular staff that actually do the regular day-to-day house stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to do the admin work, the paperwork.
Yeah.
Jess has been there all weekend doing direct care work because
That's
her
egregious.
staff that's supposed to be there this weekend is out on leave because she got in trouble. Her staff that is supposed to be there at 2 p.m. tomorrow just basically told her she's not coming in. Jess has been there since Friday at 6 p.m. That is her staff that is there basically the first half of the week. So Monday until like Wednesday, because that house runs on what they call fast 40s. So you basically work 40 hours in like 2-3 days.
Oh.
Yeah.
With sleep shifts. So you get to sleep 8 hours that you get paid for.
Right.
But that's how their house works. So Jess is now looking at, because Jess is supposed to have like 3 or 4 staff. She's down to 2 staff that work at that house. She has 2 openings. She's down to 2 staff already. And the one staff is out on leave, so that's now down to 1 staff plus her. That one staff just said basically she doesn't have anybody to watch her kid this week. That leaves just Jess.
I'm going to go out
That
on
is
a limb.
absurd.
I want to go out on a limb here and say she is
Does
probably.
this mean you can delay that one staff's payroll week because
Don't know.
you can't do the admin work if you're doing other
Well,
work?
she just posted on Facebook. She goes severe ... rage issues right now ...
I'm going to say she's probably salary too.
Well, we
Yeah.
were salary up until the 4th of January. We
Oh.
are now no longer salary. We are hourly,
Oh, nice.
which is great.
Heck yeah.
But
Yeah, especially
Still-
right now.
this is the reason why she went out on FMLA was because of burnout, because she spent basically all of December at her work.
Right.
To the point to where
Well,
her
at least
kid
now.
to the point to where her kid, when she came home, said, "Oh, you're supposed to be at work."
Oh my God.
Well, at least now she's going to get paid for it.
Yeah,
You know.
I mean, she racked up 90 hours of comp time.
Now,
in
come
December
on,
alone.
come on.
Which you could never use, really.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, you can, Chris. I understand. Yes, you want me to say that it's funny, but living it, it's not funny.
Was this the same kid that we were talking with this
Yes.
afternoon?
Yes, the same kid that was being a
People,
smart ass.
I've got to make a comment. You've got to understand. If you ever have the lucky fortune to go live chat when there's kids in the background, you're going to meet the first 3-year-old with a double Albert Einstein mentality in IQ.
Well,
For some of it, you think we make wisecracks? You need to listen to this
Well,
little fella because he will crack you up.
Both of his parents are extremely smart. I mean, I can toot my own horn. I'm extremely fucking smart. But the problem is I also have ADHD. Jess is also extremely smart. And when you have two smart people have a kid, that 3-year-old ends up way too smart for his britches.
He's brilliant.
Yeah, he is really fucking smart and really freaking stupid at the same time.
Just to relate, I was talking to Sean with a potential channel surprise in the next few weeks. And Sean turned around, the kid was doing something with the laundry. He told him to put the laundry back. And I mean, point blank, the kid's like, I'm busy. Go back to your phone call. You're on the phone. You can't deal with me.
Well, yeah, he was sitting there and he was playing on the floor and he started trying to play in between the laundry baskets. And I told him, well, he has a little tiny, like his size armchair. And I had it pushed up against the entertainment unit along with the baskets of laundry because I don't want him playing in the stuff that's in the entertainment unit. He had pushed his chair out away from the entertainment unit, had climbed in behind his chair, and then had started pushing the laundry baskets out of the way. And I told him to put it back. And eventually he just looks at me and says, "You're on the phone. Talk to him." And I'm just sitting here like, did you really just tell me this? And the thing is like yesterday I had picked him up because, again, us both being supervisors, he was at his godparents' overnight Friday night because I couldn't get back in time to pick him up to where he wouldn't have already been in bed. I got home after 8 p.m. on Friday because I had issues I had to take care of at work and couldn't make it back to the house. By the way, we just had a Lucy spotting.
Yeah.
I just saw her jump off your bed. But anyway, so I'd asked him, I said, he goes, "I want to go play with Pop-Up." I said, "No, I just picked you up from Pop-Up. You were going to come and hang out with Daddy for the weekend." And he goes, "No, I want to go hang out with Pop-Up." And I said, "Well, what's wrong with hanging out with Daddy?" And he looks out the window and he says, "See the curves out there? See the trees? You see all the trees?" I said, don't change the subject. We're not talking about the trees and the stuff outside. We're talking about me. What's wrong with hanging out with Daddy? And he goes, "I'm looking out the window now. Like I'm done with your shit. I'm no longer talking to you. I am over here paying attention to what's outside the window now. Forget you." He is
just
the freaking
talk to the hand.
Oh my god, he is such a little smart ass.
He's a riot.
He's too freaking smart. It's what it is. He's so freaking smart that Apparently we lost Cleve.
Oh.
All right, so Robert's Garage. Well, you can't just tell us booze. We need to know what kind of booze you're drinking. Did Pilot tell us what he's drinking? Oh my god, Pilot didn't tell us what he's drinking. Nice house.
Yeah, surprise.
Oh my god. I lost about $1 billion in lottery tickets this week. Can I go get my money back? Yeah, sure. Just go storm the Capitol.
There you go.
I'm sure they all got their money back too.
I'm surprised Pilot's not already 6 sheets in the wing.
Maybe he is because he
hasn't been earlier this afternoon.
Maybe he is because he's not up here. Hey, I had a Bacardi lemon fucking tumbler like the one that Cleet got me. I had a Bacardi lemon one. I had a catastrophic bar glass. What is it when a bunch of people when a bunch of things get lost all at once? A massacre.
Lost.
Total annihilation.
Yeah, it was definitely a total annihilation. Now, see, I did not acquire all of these bar glasses illegally. Somebody else might have acquired them illegally at one point, but I was not the one to acquire them this way. But I had bar glasses from everywhere. So I had a really, really eclectic collection of bar glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from the big, tall, I don't know what they call them, but they're real thin and they come out. You can get them. You can get them at like Applebee's and stuff. You can see the big, tall ones.
Yeah.
They hold the same amount as the funny thing is they hold the same amount of beer as one of these. They're just big and tall. They're not actually don't actually hold any more liquid. But anyway, I've had a bunch of I had 2 or 3 of those. I had some from Hard Rock Cafe. I had some from Applebee's. I had some Bacardi ones. I had stuff from everywhere. I have actually right now I have four glasses from one of the upscale hotels from Hershey, PA.
Yeah.
Those are nice. Don't know how they found their way home with me, but they did. But I like eclectic collection of bar glasses. So, by the way, you didn't even know that, Cletus. This was an awesome gift.
Well,
you did not
hopefully it's
know.
a good
I
glass.
don't think you knew that I collected bar glass.
I didn't, but that's freaking awesome. That'd be a good whiskey
But
cup
what
for you.
happened is back before when me and Jess first got together, I actually have photos of this on my Instagram. I have to wait for them to pop up in my not my Instagram, but my Facebook. I had to wait for them to pop up in my memories. But I had this shelf in my kitchen. I actually had 2 shelves in my kitchen that were dedicated to just bar glasses.
Yeah.
So all kinds of different stuff. Rock glasses, pint glasses, mugs, all kinds of stuff. Now, most of my glasses were kept in the freezer at that point. So, like, all of these glasses and all of my mugs would have been in the freezer. So these didn't get affected. I had most of these. But I had a full set of 24 old school glass Coca-Cola glasses. Like, you can't get these anymore. Old school.
Yeah.
Like, no, because most of them now are plastic. You don't find them glass very often right now. But I had a full set of glass Coca-Cola glasses. The ones where they're skinny, and then they branch up at the top because all the ice is supposed to sit in that top part, and it keeps it from fizzing over when you pour it. That's the whole reason of having that. But I had a whole set of like 24 of those on that shelf. I had 2 Applebee's big tall boys. I had a bunch of them. I had the Bacardi Lemon. I had 2 Bacardi Lemon rock glasses, a bunch of other rock glasses, some Jack Daniels ones, a bunch of different ones. You know, promotional bar glasses from different places. And I woke up in the middle of the night and I heard like crash, crash, right? And then all of a sudden it was just, sounded like
Boom.
No, it wasn't a boom. Because what happened is one corner of the shelf let go. So one corner of the shelf drooped. And so it was like 1, then 2, then 3, then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what I mean? It was as they slid off the shelf and crashed on my freaking kitchen floor. So like I said, it was like 1 or 2, and then it was like an avalanche, you know, where you get like the little tumbles, and then all of a sudden it just snowballs.
Goes.
And it just let go. And so they all, I think I had like 1 or 2 that may have not broken when they hit the ground. But
Goddamn.
for the most part I lost everything in one night. And I thought it was the cat. It wasn't the cat. No, the pin let go that was holding the shelf up.
Mm.
That's rough.
One of those sounds that just makes your nerves cringe.
Well,
You know what's
the thing
going
is, at
on.
the end of the
There's nothing you
day,
can do to
I
stop
was
it.
more worried about whether or not my cat got hurt than I was at the bar glasses. And then after I found out my cat was okay, then I was, you know, that had to have been close to $400 to $500 worth of glass.
Just smashed on the floor.
I mean, it literally filled up a whole trash bag.
Oh my God.
I obviously double lined, but just lost them all. So I now have.
It'd be quite similar
I have
to parking your Firebird at the top of a parking lot and watching some asshole leave their shopping cart and watch it roll across the lot, knowing it's going to hit the car and can't stop it.
Right. I have a shit ton of these now, these Olympia ones. But these were from Jess's mom. I've never even had Olympia beer. But I have a shit ton of these, so because like I said, I lost all of my other pints. I had a shit ton of pints. I had Guinness cups. I had all kinds of stuff. It was all different. Now I have a bunch of just these.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a bunch of I have gotten a few of the thicker like mugs that you would stick in the freezer that stay cold for a while, but they are not as nice as the ones that I had before. The ones that I had before were bigger. They held more liquid and they were a little thicker, so they stayed cold longer. But I also don't have the room for in a freezer right now that I used to, because I used to have a big freezer, so I would just line them all off on the top shelf of the freezer, and I would literally just rinse them under the water after they got done after I got to wash them. I'd rinse them in cold water and then throw them straight in the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there he is, late to the party. Well, bye, Cletus. But yeah, so I used to keep all of my glasses frozen, because even though I buy my beer, I don't have beer on tap. I'd love to have a fucking fresh like keg beer. I don't drink it often enough to have a full keg or a quarter keg or whatever they're called. I think they're quarter kegs. Yeah, the
Have
average.
you ever done one of those little Heineken? Have you seen those?
Yes, I've seen them, and I would, except for I don't drink Heineken that much.
Now, does anybody do anything like that in another flavor or another brand?
No, Heineken is the only one that I've seen do those little tiny mini kegs. And they're not even like an eighth. I mean, like an eighth looks like a pancake compressor. A quarter keg is normally what you would see in a beer cooler. That's your normal size. Like most bars stock quarter kegs.
Mm-hmm.
They'll stock eighth kegs for the more like the less frequently bought beers. But most places do quarter. I might be able to get away with doing an eighth keg, but I don't have a place anywhere that I would keep a keg fridge. Like, I don't live... There's no room in my house for me to be able to put something like that unless I put it all the way down to the basement, but there's no outlets in the basement either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Chris, you guys didn't see this because you guys weren't in yet. Oh, now it's not facing the right way because it got knocked over. That's not doing what I wanted to do. See how hard it was to freaking get this to line up right before? That's definitely not where it needs to be. No. Oh, I'm not going to get it to do it again. It took forever to freaking line up the first time. But I had the tabletop for my craft table sitting over here this whole time.
Okay.
I did have it lit up to where it was really nice to see. Like, it showed the green really well. But then I knocked over the light. But yeah, so like that's why I was saying like the getting me that bar glass was pretty cool because I do collect them. Jess got me this one for Christmas. This one says on the rocks.
Nice.
But yeah, it was pretty. I like it. I like the ones that are like Jack Daniels or Bacardi, or ones that are like promotional that they send like the bars to use, and then like a lot of the times what happens is they'll use them for a couple months, and then another promotion will come out and they'll have all new glasses. So sometimes you can pick them up pretty cheap. Most of the ones that I got off of, a lot of them, I think they were college kids that were working at different bars. And so they had a whole bunch of these different bar glasses, and they got kicked out of their apartment. And all their shit was put out for trash, and there was a whole box full of just bar glass. And I'm like, well, I guess that's going home with me. And like, everything needed to be extensively washed. It wasn't the stuff was all like nice and wrapped and whatever. No, it was college kids, man. That shit was freaking... It definitely needed to be washed. But it was pretty cool because I got a lot of the collection from there. But I just haven't had the ability to restock on my collection. And I said the biggest loss was the loss of Coca-Cola glasses, because I think that was the most expensive glasses that I had. Cletus, your computer is being dumb.
Oh, I think he's frozen.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Goodbye. Wait. Biggie, what's that sound you do?
Crap, I don't remember.
It's the bloop sound.
Doo-doo.
No. Oh, that was our. But it's the Facebook pop sound. Yeah, there you go. That's it. When we play video games, Biggie is like the one that has all the freaking. No, Mitwick and his Mickey Mouse and Elmo.
Yeah.
That was freaking. You were playing.
That was hilarious, especially when he was getting pissed off and he'd just be raging as Elmo
or freaking Mickey Mouse in the freaking open chat. Oh my god, that shit was hilarious. What time is it?
Quarter after.
Oh, we were supposed to do another freaking. What the hell, people? You're supposed to remind me. I don't freaking watch clip. I'm too distracted to watch the time. I have no idea where the points were at. Do you know what? Cletus just put freaking Grr. Even though he's not here, he just freaking put a comment in the chat. Oh well. Where is everybody at anyway? Wow, he's already above 100,000. Pilot at 22,000. Robert's Garage at 16,000. And you know what? Pilot, that is not bad. 22,000, and the pilot did donate. He donated at the New Year's one.
Oh.
I remembers. Sometimes. Robert Garage, lovely. That's where it is. The first top 4 have donated. Part of why they're all the way up there.
Mm-hmm.
I think same with Coastal Auto Reaction. I think he donated too. You're pretty high for not have donated anything. That's actually pretty good. You're at $6,000.
Was at 7.
Yeah. Oh, you lost 1,000. That's right. But yeah, that's not bad. But yeah, I mean, and that's going to be the thing. It's going to be that same thing like last year. The people that are here more often, even if they don't donate, are going to end up being the ones that are in the top to be able to get stuff. Biggie, did you ever decide what you wanted?
No, not yet.
You got to tell me at some point.
And when we get off of here, I'll go take a look.
Okay.
Hey, I won 2,000 points again. I'm still firmly in 4th.
Yeah, you're at 8,529.
Well, thanks, because I totally can't read.
Oh, I'm actually reading off the complete list. See who's been in the chat longest this season. Pilot at 4 hours and 4.58 hours. Followed closely by Robert's Garage, woohoo, at 4 hours, 0.17. Stuff with Cletus at 3.33. When it comes to us up here on the live, it doesn't really count that much because we're not constantly in the chat. So it doesn't view us as being here. Coastal Auto Reaction at 2.33. Miss Formy, this is why Miss Formy only has the amount of points she does, because it's only recorded her being 1.42 hours. Big E at 1.17, which, like I said, us people that are up here in the, and that's the other thing is, I just watched a cat walk across what looked like the freaking middle of the doorway. I don't mean like middle of the doorway, like down in the bottom. I mean like walked across the, like, I could only see the top like 1.5 feet of my door over the monitor in front of me, and I saw a cat walk across the top of my monitor.
Oh my god!
What it really was the cat walking across the top of the headboard in my bedroom. And it lined it up perfectly to where it looked like he was walking across my monitor, but like this big.
Floating on air.
No, it looked like he was literally walking across the top of my monitor. But again, like the size of a teacup, because he was all the way in the other room, so he was obviously, quite smaller in field of view. But that was weird. It just made me completely stop what I was doing. But yeah, because we're not sitting in the chat all the time, it doesn't record us being here. Whereas Pilot and Robert's Garage and them, they're constantly chit chatting, so it constantly knows they're in there. Yes, Miss Formula, you've been here more than that, but you got to remember that first couple of live streams you were up on screen, which means you probably weren't in the chat as much as you normally are. So it didn't pick you up as being an active viewer.
Yeah.
You have to be an active viewer for Streamlabs to pick you up, which means chatting. And there was no reason for you to chat because you were up on screen talking. It's just like me. My God, you obviously know I'm here every week. I play the live stream every week that I'm here because I follow it to make sure that, nothing's going goofy with it. It has me being here for 0.25 hours. 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes.
Your stunt double's not doing good enough.
I know, right? So, like I said, it has me here for 15 minutes. And so obviously, even though I'm watching the live stream every day, it's not counting me as being in the live stream because I'm not actively participating. So it only counts me in every time I write a reply to somebody.
Yeah, but you can give yourself points, so
I could sit here and be an asshole and just give myself like 250,000 points right now, but no, there's no point. And I haven't done any freaking Twitter live streams either, so you don't have the Twitter people that keep, like, sometimes if you have people watching in Twitter, they'll actually float up through everybody else in the points because those count as points as well.
Mm-hmm.
And normally we actually do longer live streams on Twitter when we play because we're playing a video game.
And Sean just figured out a new segment he could do. Give yourself a bunch of points and then put up there a challenge, who can topple King of the Mountain.
Beat me.
There you
Kick
go.
me off my own throne. Whoever can kick me off my own throne this year freaking gets this prize.
Uh-huh. Or make it route challenging. Who can do it in 6 months?
There you go. And poor Cletus is dealing with update problems. This is why I don't set my computers to automatically update, because I can't have them automatically updating during my live streams. just the host just goes doo-doo.
Sorry. You already got that challenge. Who can top him? Yeah, that's for the boss scene. We're talking King of the Mountain. The big kahuna.
Miss Formy says Cletus will give it a shot. I could, but the problem is I would have to set it so ridiculously high that it would be unattainable by anybody else.
Yeah.
There you go. They already have that challenge. If anybody can click.
There, I win.
Anybody can. Wow, my brain. Fuck it. If anybody can kick.
Have another drink.
There you go. That's what I need. Okay, hold on. I gotta watch. I don't give myself brain freeze. We need to get rid of this because it's no longer. Nobody asked me what's in my cup.
Those tubes that didn't answer yet.
Huh?
I said there's tubes that didn't answer yet.
Orange. That's what he has. He has orange.
The color on your screen is off there, buddy.
Oh.
I got coffee.
You got coffee.
Coffee.
Goes in one end and comes out the other end the same color.
Almost.
It depends on how much coffee you got and which end it comes out of.
Oh dear.
Yeah, there's that too. And there's a
coffee
bottle of
is,
zero sugar Red Bull.
Oh, that'll definitely make it come out the wrong end.
In the back stages back there in the refrigerator if needed.
Yeah. God damn, Elliot, you're killing it.
Sometimes.
God damn, hey, Miss Formie, I don't want to scare you, but it's before midnight and I'm already in Pennsylvania.
Oh, you should stop by.
Wrong part of Pennsylvania.
I know. Nobody ever comes visits me. I'm too far away. Oh, and of course there's Streamlabs.
You're gonna have to beam me your,
I like how
beam me your
I
new
like how it
address
posts
when
it
you get a
twice.
chance.
Did you notice that? It posts it once in the YouTube chat, but it posts it twice up on the screen in the actual live stream.
Oh.
Cletus might be popping in. Oh, there he is.
Yay.
He does not look as thrilled as he was before he left.
Hey, do we know this guy, or is this another stunt double?
This is a stunt double. You can tell there's no puppy sitting on his shoulder.
Not yet.
Right.
Good point.
Why is my mic not working now?
I don't know. We can hear it because it reset the mic to use the mic off of your computer.
Yeah.
The mic on your computer is not default.
Yeah.
I'm sure y'all can hear the echo. Hold on, I'll fix it.
It's not that much of an echo. It's just it sounds more spacious.
Space.
I am still using that snowball, so hopefully I sound in nice, butterly smooth.
Oh, so smooth.
Just makes ASMR of voices. But yeah, I think I've completely fallen apart mentally. I have no idea where we were even going anymore.
Oh, crazy.
Been there, done that.
Oh, yeah.
Came back. Like I get a discount next time I go.
You have a missing segment you ain't had for a while. That
I
people
have a lot of
can guess
missing
on.
segments we haven't done in a while. That was the first time we did What's in a Cup this whole freaking year. You know what? We're gonna do one of my favorite ones.
Oh.
What's wrong with the truck, Biggie?
Believe it or not, nothing.
Hey, you see that
Lucky.
cabinet behind you?
See what?
You see that cabinet behind you?
Yeah.
Give it a couple raps. They're not loud enough. We couldn't hear it.
Well, I'm not gonna start pounding on the goddamn thing.
You have to, man. Otherwise your truck's gonna fall apart. Oh,
Ow.
that had to have been good for your knuckles.
I got one down here too, but I got this.
Is it real wood?
Massive chunk of change on top of it. Takes up most of the room. This is like 30 pounds of change.
I have you beat, I had you beat before we moved into this house. I have a 5-gallon. I have a 5-gallon glass water jug.
When my brother still had his car, he had what did he have? One of the water cooler things was a plastic bottle.
Yeah.
It was supposedly filled at one point, but
You dip into it.
Oh yeah, he dipped into it a lot.
But
Like, I'm sure
okay.
people hated him because he'd go into a store and pay with change.
But okay, you know those plastic 5-gallon
System works.
like water ones that you get?
Yeah.
Right? I have a glass one.
I've also got a PS1 memory card.
Oh, there you go. But I have a glass one of those. That big water jug size.
Yeah.
Yeah. At one point it was a third full of change. That thing is freaking heavy empty.
Well, yeah, it's glass.
You put freaking a third of it full of change and it becomes impossible to move.
Oh, I'm sure. Gotta get like a pallet jack or something.
Yeah. Right now it's got a lot less than that in there because we moved and we dipped into it to help pay for the move.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Which I had the fun task of getting a hold of my credit report and going through that whole freaking process of trying to fix my credit report because we're trying to buy a house.
Oh. Yeah.
So I got to fix my credit report so that way we can buy the house. And buying this Holly stuff didn't quite help with that because that's another line of credit that's now out. So that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cletus needs to have me build him a computer.
No, I think what we need to do is we need to all chip in and get him one of those things that lets his phone like rest on his shoulder and he could just lay there with it, just be like right here.
There you go.
Didn't we cover that last week?
Yeah, we did. We did the whole pallet jack / skid loader / hand truck / whatever thing. Yeah, I have the credit line out for doing the Holly
Jackrabbit.
stuff. I have my PayPal credit line that I use to, like, I don't pay for the stuff for my YouTube.
Left lane.
Chris, don't forget to get in the left lane. I don't pay for my YouTube programs and stuff out of pocket. I have PayPal credit paying for those, and then I pay the PayPal credit off. So I have that line of credit, and then I have like my child support arrears that is also on there, and some other stuff. I don't have that bad of a credit score. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it's not like in the dirt either. Where is it?
Pilots is just pay cash.
I did that, and unfortunately,
Well, what sucks most about your arrearages?
is that they now hit my credit report.
No, worse than that. Should you decide that you ever want to take some sort of a vacation, unless you already have your passport, you won't be able to get one to leave the country.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I
Whenever me and Miss Farmer went on our cruise,
I think that
years
is
ago,
all bullshit.
they had mine blocked.
Well, like I said, I think it's all bullshit because, you know, as long as I'm making payments on my, you know, for the what I'm supposed to pay, you know, because like they can only take so much out. I can't help that, you know, you have my payments higher than what I make, because you didn't want to listen to me and realize that I don't have the ability to get the overtime that I did before.
In fact, they go retroactive and smack you with the twos bullshit.
I mean, I think I'm doing pretty good, because at one point my arrears were almost $3,000 in retroactive arrears, not because I wasn't paying it. You know,
God, that would have been wonderful.
I have them down to under 1,000.
I started day one at 35 grand behind.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically, I said $3,000. It's basically the same. But you had how many kids?
4.
I have 2. So $3,000 versus 35. You had 4. I had 2.
Yeah, you had a job. I had a business.
Right.
But when all that went to hell and she took it and all the divorce was done, it never changed. Just still stayed there.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, that's
like my credit score right now is 612, which isn't bad considering the, like up until a couple years I had no credit history whatsoever because I did pay for everything in cash.
Yeah.
And that is like, I mean, on the one hand, you think when you're younger, like, oh, I'm so good, I can pay for everything that I need in cash, and you know, if I need something, I just wait and save up and then pay for it, and you know, you think that's well and good. But the problem is that really shoots yourself in the foot. And what you should do is, even if you can pay for it in cash, you should
get a small personal loan.
You should get a personal loan, put part of that money down on the personal loan, invest the rest of it, and then make payments.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you're building money as you're, you know, not only are you building your credit, but you're also earning money with that cash while you're waiting, instead of just paying money out. That money is now making you money that you were going to pay anyway. So, you know, but I don't have the ability to do that right now. Otherwise I would. But no, it was only a couple years ago that they started doing that, where they nailed your credit report with your fucking arrears. Which, like I said, they shouldn't be able to do if you're even. I can understand if you're not paying your child support.
Actually, longer than that, because mine showed up on mine when I first started.
I don't know.
And you're talking 20 years ago.
Yeah, they didn't used to do that though. Not across the board. I think if you owed a certain amount, they did, but not for. I mean, like, I don't owe that much, but they still hit my credit report with it. And then that shows up when you try to go buy a house, and then they're like, you know, it's like, really?
What's this?
That's not even fair.
Yeah, what's this?
Yeah, it's something that I don't have an option. I didn't ask for it. I don't want it there, but you know, it is there. It's not a debt that I asked for. It's not a debt that I whatever. But yeah. No, actually, no, that's not terrible advice. If you actually ask a financial, what the thing is what I just said is it says if you don't have it, don't spend it. That's not what I said. I said if you have the money to pay for it in cash, don't pay for it in cash. Get a loan, even though you have the money, because you could put that money to work for you while you're paying off the loan, and you'll end up making more money and have a credit history.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's saying go out there and go get a line of credit that you can't pay for. That's not what I said. But paying everything in cash is literally going to leave you up shit's creek whenever you try to go make anything that's a big purchase. Try to go get a car with no credit history. Even if you have most of the down payment, it's still going to bite you in the ass because you're going to still have a high interest rate.
And they're going to be like, well, you don't know how much you can pay this off or how well.
Yeah, because then the bank has... Go ahead.
Rich experience level, I don't think a cash payment's a problem in his point.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Yeah.
But still, if you can pay for it in cash, still don't do it. I mean, granted, yes, you could pay for the wife's Jeep in cash. Yes, that's great.
Well, he did.
But, yeah, he did. But just think, if you would have put that money, put down your down payment, got out your loan, and invested the rest of the money that you would have paid in cash into an investment, or anything else that would have a return value,
interest bearing,
yeah, then that money could have been making you money, and at the end of the freaking, at the end of the time of the loan, you would probably have made more than what the interest rate was of the loan itself. But yeah, but that's just it's the difference between making money versus making money work for you.
Yeah.
It just that's a rich person's game, though.
Speaking of making money work for you, one of my former coworkers has taken a step into the stock market.
I mean, I can understand that, Cletus, but that's not like I have done so much reading on financial situations, and there's actually there's a seminar out there called what is it, Rich Dad Poor Dad? I think that's exactly what it's called, and that really woke my eyes up about finances. And yeah, it's a way you look at things. I mean, yes, sure, you have the person that can always pay for everything up front and never has any debt, but then again, at the same time, I can't do it off the top of my head right now. I'm tired and whatever, but I would go look that up. It's called Rich Dad Poor Dad, or Poor Dad Rich Dad, or something like that. And it's not the way you think. The rich dad is not necessarily the one that is rolling around in all the expensive whatever, but it's the way that you the relationship you have with money and assets. There are certain assets that make you money versus certain assets that that are not like necessarily owning a home isn't a rich asset, because homes eventually cost you money.
Welcome aboard.
Versus renting a home.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Awesome.
By the way, you ever heard, Cletus, have you ever heard of the seminar called Rich Dad, Poor Dad?
Never heard of it.
Go look it up. Definitely worth a read. But the whole point of it is making money work for you versus, obviously working for money. The person working a job every day, obviously is not making money work for them. They are working for their money.
Definitely.
and versus the person that uses that same amount of money to turn it around into something that starts making them money.
Yep.
But that's where I was also saying about, you said about not making car payments. Yes, to a point that's true. But like I was saying is if you have the money to pay for a car flat out, and I'm not talking about these ones where you're turning around and flipping them.
Right.
I'm talking, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 car and up.
I wouldn't spend that on a car.
Right, but we're not just talking about you particularly.
Yeah.
If you have the kind of money to pay for one of those vehicles flat out.
I could buy one right now flat out, but I would never do it.
Right. If you had, you're missing the point.
Right.
If you have the money to pay for that.
Sure.
What they are saying is you pay your down payment, a decent down payment to where your interest rate isn't going to be crazy.
Half of it or less?
Probably less. But the rest of that
Quarter
money
of it?
You throw into some sort of interest returned investment.
Sure.
You make your payments, depending on how much you put in, you can almost make your payments off of the return investment. And or less. But you then make your payments while that money is sitting in collecting interest. And collecting I forget what they call it, but where you get the money back for however much it grows.
Sure.
I am not the best at investment and all that stuff. I wish I was, because
I definitely am. That's where all my money is.
Damn.
I'd be able to make some freaking money then. Well, then maybe I need to talk to you about freaking.
If you want to do a real investment, you take, instead of your down payment, say you got a $6,000 down payment, buy a nice $6,000 car, and take that payment you would have been making at $300 to $700 a month, whatever it was going to be, and put it in mutual funds or an interest-bearing account, and it will grow faster than paying payments on a car, because the day you take that car off the lot, it's worth less money.
Well, that's not the point. The point is also building that.
Are you
credit
talking
history.
about making investments?
Well, it's
what do you need credit for if you're not buying cars? Or the only thing you need credit for is a house.
Well, no, because it's not just houses. When you are looking to invest into businesses, or it's there are.
But if you had take that car payment that you were going to have, you will grow money way faster than you would having debt. So you take that, and say you put it in mutual funds. If you put $200 a month in mutual funds right now, you're 37. By the time you're 60 years old, you'll have over $1 million easy.
Yeah, well, it's you gotta go check it out. Obviously,
you ever heard of Dave Ramsey?
No.
You definitely should check him out.
All right, like Sobering Restoration Service. That's a long name.
Mm-hmm, right.
No offense, but when people think of YouTube names, keep it simple, stupid. When somebody's going to go and obviously you already had your YouTube name, and this doesn't necessarily apply to somebody who's already have it, but when you go pick out YouTube names and you're going to start a YouTube channel, the simpler and easier a YouTube name is to remember, the more likely somebody is going to go look up your channel later. Like NOVAtazz, like Cletus McFarland. It's Street Speed 717, Send It Steve. They're quick, they're simple. It's exactly the reason why Jason changed the name of his channel from Old Car Auto Guy to Old Auto Guy.
Old Car Guy.
Old Car Guy, sorry.
And now it's OCG even.
Well, it's not even, he didn't change the name. That's just the
right, that's just what he's putting out there as.
That's because everybody else does that too. If you notice, like SWC.
Yeah. Yep.
It's what people use as the shorthand to chat.
Sure.
It's quicker to type in SWC than it is to type out stuff with Cletus. They just did it here. SRSHD, Miss Formie just did it. It's one of those things that if you keep it simple, stupid, you're more likely to get somebody to find your channel.
If that's what you're going for, sure.
Well, I mean, any marketing. If you have a really long...
Pilot, he's not even trying to do it. He's just got a YouTube account. You know, if
Right. That's
he may
different.
not be doing a YouTube.
That's not. But this,
channel.
I think the sobering restoration. I think it does have.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure. I'd have to go look him up. But
Yeah, I can look it up.
I'm pretty sure he's one of the ones that are from the community, not competition. Community.
They
Yeah,
already
he's
changed
got
him.
1,509.
See,
something.
I'm pretty sure I saw him in that community. So, I do believe he's dropped from Car or Robert's Garage.
My subscribers aren't up, but my view. I mean, they're doing pretty good now. I mean, but my view time is even with my subscribers, so I like that. There's a lot of people that have over 1,000 subscribers, but they barely have any views.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Pilot, you're right. Things are going to change soon. There's going to be some.
Well,
There's going to
hopefully
be
for
some
the better, but
unrest
we'll
with
see.
the party changing hands at the head of the table in the White House. You got COVID going on. There are so many things that is going to make right now not. I mean, regardless of who's president, I don't care if Trump would have stayed president or Biden is president. With Corona and everything else, and the arrest that's going to happen, and the ripple effect from basically the world being on standstill for at least a year so far, there are things that are going to change for the better or for worse.
Yeah, that's yet to come.
There's too much
but
uncertainty.
Sure.
And
Well,
the
we
stock
know
market,
we'll be feeling after effects for a few years,
yeah.
even if it got fixed right this second, which it won't.
Yeah.
We'll be feeling after effects for years. So
yeah. Sobering. I would look into finding a way, and I would use your subscribers and your viewers to do it as well, but coming up with a more streamlined name. It's going to make
sobering restoration would be cool. I don't think there's one of them out
actually,
there.
honestly,
Yeah.
that actually sounds decent. Sobering restorations. It's simple. It's quick. SR. It is also going to make
Or keep it
merch.
sobering restoration services and make it SRS.
Yeah. But it's going to make him it's going to make YouTube logos and merchandise. It's going to make all of that stuff so much easier on you in the future.
For people, yeah, that is how it comes up, but yeah, for people to share it and stuff like that and tell people about it. They're not going to say
when you come up with
services.
Even me, I have technically NOVAtazz customs. But if you've looked at all of my merch and everything else, maybe not so my merch, but anything that I have, it's shortened down to just NOVAtazz.
I'm definitely not an expert. My measly old 500 and something subscribers, and I've just come up with a goofy name myself. So,
but yeah, I mean, the shorter you make it, and the more streamlined it is, the more recognizable the logo, the more recognizable the name. And that's the name of the game when you're trying to market yourself. You need something that people are going to remember and it's going to stick in somebody's head. Mm-hmm. So if it's too long, people are going to screw it up.
Or the same way with too short. If it had like 3 letters or something, people might.
It just gets too confused with other things at that point. There's too many other acronyms that may not be automotive that it might get mixed up in.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I mean, you look at all the really, really good channels. Look at all of the names that they have. How many of them are really, really Donut Media? Brain fart. Even Jazza changed his name. Chris Fix.
Watch JR Go.
JR Go. They're all quick, simple, easy to remember names that are catchy in some way. SRS, yes, but SRS is something that I would use in chat. I wouldn't shorten your name down to SRS because if you try to Google search SRS,
try to Google that, it's going to come up with airbags and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. I think he's saying he's going to talk about shortening it to sobering.
Yeah, I think sobering restoration services or just sobering. I wouldn't know. Sobering restoration, maybe. Obviously, you can't go restoration services.
That's just too vague.
I think actually sobering restorations, maybe Sober Restoration Inc. I think
or
those two are
garage
really
even.
good.
I think a lot of people are putting garage on their stuff now. So
Well, you gotta watch. You can't do what everybody else does either.
I'm just saying, yeah,
'Cause
that's
then
why you might want to do
get
that.
lost. You get lost in the.
Or you could sobering restoration horsepower. You could do that.
What about sobering horsepower restoration?
Yeah, it doesn't
Or
have
sobering
that.
I
horsepower.
mean, you could cut it up any way you want, really.
Sobering
Sure.
horsepower.
Or leave it like it is, you know.
Yeah, you could.
Whatever.
There's nothing wrong with saying that you can't leave it the way it is. It's just, it's not a matter. It doesn't matter necessarily what is actually pulling up in Google. You want to do a Google search to make sure that you're not pulling up too much other things.
Sure. Make sure you're
like when I first started looking into maybe necessarily branding NOVAtazz, is what you're doing. When you're picking a name and you're going to use it on every platform that you use.
Drinking booze fab shop. Yeah, that's a good.
There
name.
you go. That's a winner.
But when you're coming up with a name, you want something that you can use on every platform that's not being used. Because like it wouldn't have made sense if I were to pick something and then somebody else had that name already on a different platform. But you want to make it so that way it's different enough that it's easy to be recognizable, but similar enough to something that your search will pop up when somebody's looking for something else. So like say somebody's looking for Cletus McFarlane. Your name might actually pop up, not intentionally.
Depending on how they spell it, yeah.
Yeah. You kind of want it to do something similar to that, but you don't want it to be where somebody's looking for you and can't find you.
Right.
But you also want it to be that when somebody's looking for somebody else that's similar to your content, that you also pop up.
I think it does. I don't remember.
That's how you help grow. Is like, but the problem. I mean, I have somewhat of a problem there because my name is so far different than everyone else's that my name doesn't pop up with other things. Like if you look for other things, you're not going to find NOVAtazz.
Yeah.
But you look up Dodge Ram Heater Core, you will find NOVAtazz.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what?
What?
If you search for that name right there, you'll probably find a picture of Miss Forming her truck where they're shaking her fist at the dealer.
What? No, well, not unless you've
Dodge
made a
Ram
YouTube
Heater
video.
Core.
Not unless you've made a YouTube video about it.
Soon.
I wouldn't put anything past them assholes.
You're out here, man? What does that mean?
I think he's talking to you.
Yeah, I just don't understand what he means by it. I mean, granted, I'm here, but I'm not the biggest. Yeah, I'm not the biggest YouTuber out there. In fact, a lot of you guys in that community, not competition, are killing it at 110 times better than I am.
Yeah, but a lot of them are making. I always said your name. You're killing. Yeah. It's different.
Yeah,
Sure.
and the thing is it's not something. Again, it's not something that I necessarily came up with. I didn't like sit around a table and think, what can I name my YouTube channel? I'm not like, I don't know. I think NOVAtazz would be an awesome name. No, NOVAtazz was given to me in stages. I think I've gone over this story quite a few times. I was a kid. My mom called me a Tasmanian devil because I have ADHD, and I could trash a room in 5.2 seconds. Trust me, I've definitely gotten that back. You know how that saying that when you're a kid, your mom or dad is like, I hope your kids are as bad as you are. Yeah. It came true.
Yeah, you reap what you sow.
Yep. My kid can destroy a room in 5.2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Chris was on the phone with me when I was trying to get him to clean up the living room that he had trashed. But yeah. So she called me Tasmanian Devil. So I got a nickname when I was a kid, being Taz. And then I grew up and I bought my Nova, and my new friends knew me as Nova. But my internet name, like for video gaming and stuff at that point, was Taz. When my ex hacked into all of my stuff and basically hijacked my Xbox and my email accounts and all that, I had to come up with a new email account, and I ended up sticking my 77 Nova in front of my old screen name. which then got shortened down to NOVAtazz instead of the full thing, and that's how NOVAtazz became born. It became born out of squashing two different parts of my life together.
You're sitting there like, Kith.
Out with the old, in with the new.
So I ended up being, I mean, my old friends, Chevy and Billy and all of them that I used to hang out with before I started YouTube. In fact, actually, you can see Billy in a few of my early Trans Am videos before he decided to be a shady character. But he's one of the ones that coined my nickname as being Nova, because I had my 77 Nova, and that's what I was known for when I moved out here to this side of Reading.
Yeehaw.
But yeah, so I when I started making stuff, it just made sense to use NOVAtazz, and because it was different enough. So when I went to go look at branding, I was searching to see names that come up that didn't come up as a bunch of other things, and that was one that anywhere I searched, it always came back to me. So there wasn't anybody else using it. So just about anywhere you go, if you look for NOVAtazz, it's most likely me. And it's catchy too. I mean, somebody mentions NOVAtazz, I don't think there's many other people, if you know who I am, would think of somebody else.
I've thought about, since my son's going to be doing all this content on his new car, it's his first car and his first project. I've thought about starting him a YouTube. He has a little YouTube, but he doesn't do much with it. But starting a YouTube and calling it like Blinker Fluid Garage or something, so people know that it's, just him learning crap.
Yeah,
He don't know anything.
It's funny.
We call him Blinker.
There you go.
Well, because I don't know how old he is.
He's 14. He just turned 14.
You definitely don't use his real name for anything. So if you're gonna reference him or call him by something on YouTube, you definitely give him a code name, because you get that child privacy thing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need somebody, even though he's a guy and he's whatever, but you give him that privacy. So you got to give him an online persona. I was gonna name mine after
Draw up a cartoon character of a blinker fluid tank on legs and arms.
There you go. Yeah, it is kind of fun when you find your own car on YouTube. But then again, all I got to do is, like I said, search NOVAtazz, and the whole Google search is flooded with my shit. They've got well over 1,700 pictures on Instagram.
Dang.
1,700 pictures on Instagram, but not even 500 followers. I don't get that.
I don't know how many followers I got on Instagram. Probably not.
I get if I start focusing too much on all that stuff, I get disheartened, because I've been here since 2014.
Yeah, I only got 153 on Instagram, but I just started it 4 months ago or so.
I got my first 100 likes on TikTok.
Oh, geez.
My burnout video still only has 4 likes.
I think they hide it.
It.
Yeah, I've got my burnout video has. Let's see here if I can find it. It's got 7 likes.
Sobering says he sees me.
I got 311 likes so far.
Sobering says he sees me on lots of live chats, and the thing is, you see a lot of other people in live chats too. But again, when your name is quick, simple, and recognizable, it sticks out a lot more when you go places. So it makes you more noticeable. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, is up to debate. But if you have a whole bunch of people in a live stream, you're going to pick out names that are either for some reason remarkable in some way. Whether they're short and quick and easy to remember, or they make you giggle, whatever it is, a name that's going to stick in your brain, you're going to notice a lot more in chat. And here's a tip. The more you make yourself noticeable in in comment sections and live streams and things like that, the bigger the audience you're going to attract. The problem is I watch a lot of my YouTube on Xbox Live, so it makes it hard to comment on videos.
Yeah.
I think I've seen your burnout video, Sobering. I think I have. I watched a bunch of the zip tie buy supply burnout videos.
No, I haven't seen it, but I did just subscribe because I want to go
Pilot,
back.
you're about as cute as a freaking cactus in the freaking middle of the fucking desert.
During a windstorm.
A snowstorm, a sandstorm. Oh my god.
Did you guys check out my burnout video? Was the question.
I've seen your burnout video on several different platforms. I don't want to freaking hear it.
The Kia Soul was getting it.
Yeah. By the way, your first Camaro startup video, it was quite a letdown.
I know the second part.
What you should have done is you should have kept that video, kept it on the back burner until you got it running.
I put the new carb on and stuff.
Till you got it running, because it doesn't tell a story.
Well, I said, will it start? And at the end, I said, well, no, it won't. That's the answer.
But the thing is like, for a video to tell.
But I did get it started. It did run for 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah. But I mean, like, even like you see like Vice Grip's garage one he just put out with the Buick.
Yeah, and he had some videos.
You notice he sat on that video for like 5 months.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have an ending to his story.
Sure.
You know, and that's something that I need to learn. Well, it's not that I don't need to know how to do it. I do it. Why is there not another Lane chest video? Lane, Cedar chest video. Why? Because they don't have an ending yet. Why is there no second video on my Trans Am seat thingy? Because it doesn't have an ending yet. I don't have a conclusion because I was in the middle of filming it when my freaking sewing machine took a shit. And I haven't bought another sewing machine because to get a sewing machine good enough to be able to sew through 1.25 inches of foam, it costs a pretty penny. You're talking like a $300 sewing machine. Even
at like pawn shops and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Most of the ones you find at pawn shops are like the $150 ones.
Inviting trouble.
Yeah. Well, they're for regular like clothing sewing. And the problem with that is it can sew up to probably about a 1/2 inch thick of foam. But when you double 2 1/2-inch thick foams plus trying to sew through a thick fabric, it can't do it, and then it ends up freaking binding it all up, and that's how I broke the one that I had.
I was going to ask if you've seen my video where I sewed up the seat and everything on this last vehicle, but it comes out next week, so no, you haven't.
But yeah, I have a few videos. There's no videos out on this thing yet.
Teaser.
I have no videos out on this thing yet because I've learned my mistake. I've learned my mistake of starting a project and not having the whole thing done before I start releasing the videos.
Well, the Camaro, I've got everything to get it running. It'll be, even if I have videos already planned to come out, but once I get that finished off, it'll be coming out sooner than later just because people are saying, same thing. Hey, did you get it going? But I thought I made it clear at the video.
I want to make a statement while it's still sitting there. We're at 10 viewers right now. I am ecstatic. How many?
You're gonna have to give him a Viking name, Sean.
Yeah, what was with that? I got 6 lights on mine so far, as far as what it shows.
Cletus the teaser.
But yeah, definitely much appreciate the 10 viewers right now.
Yeah,
I think we were up higher,
especially 5 after midnight.
Yeah, we were as high as 11 at one point.
Yeah.
Oh hell!
It'll get there.
Snowplow.
I mean, granted, would I love to be where like Carr and Grant and Jason get their live streams up where it's like 50, 60, or DD Speed Shop 800 freaking viewers?
Yeah.
I watch that, but I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if it's just I'm on at a bad time, but I don't know what other time to do it to where it doesn't interfere with home life.
I think you're good. I think it's now, from what I've seen, this community is growing very quick right now.
I'm not.
The
Just gonna be honest.
well,
I'm not.
I'm not saying you are, and I'm not either. I'm still, I'm just now over 500, which I'm glad for. Don't get me wrong, but the community, the automotive community, is growing very quick.
You're
You know
doing
what I
a
think
lot
it
better
is?
than we are.
You know what I think it is? I'm not doing my videos out in my garage with the cars in the background.
Yeah.
That's my problem. That's
Maybe.
the sole reason why I'm not getting any views on these live streams.
I don't know.
Have some call out stuff going on with cars. I know NOVAtazz. Sorry, I didn't know.
Didn't know the other two boys. Yeah.
Well,
Boys.
Boys, I'm a boy.
He's assuming our genders. Oh,
well,
wait, I just
oh,
assumed
boy.
his gender.
Chris has
Oh,
a small
crap.
YouTube channel. He's fledging, and he just hasn't had time to put money and time into it because of his day job. And Big E up here, he does not have a creator's YouTube. He's more of my gaming buddy. He's one of my, well, I think technically you are my best friend at this point because anyone else that was in that running has dropped out.
Yeah.
You win by default.
Hi.
No, I mean I have plenty of friends online. Obviously, Big E's one of the ones because he doesn't live anywhere near me. He lives like 5 hours north.
5, 6.
Not
Not
but
a
all of
reasonable
my
driving
local
distance.
friends I've had have shown their true colors, and we're not really that great of friends.
Well, I'll tell you, sobering. Feel free to check out my channel. I know you said you haven't heard
definitely.
of it. Check it out.
Cletus does have some good content. Robert's Garage, I think you know him. He's got good content that he's in here in a chat.
Definitely. He's growing pretty good.
Miss Formy and the guy up here with the Peterbilt sign, they're a couple, and they have a channel called Firebird Nation.
I guess I better check that out. I ain't even checked y'all's channel out yet.
Yeah, it's a baby channel. We
it is.
ain't
It's
even
baby.
We ain't even cracked 80
Little
subscribers
baby.
yet. A little over a year old.
We got to make some content for it. I thought you were gonna blow it up with the Ford.
74 subscribers. Well, now you got 75.
Oh, we gained 2 more.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, this channel here, it goes along the same line. I may not use the same language as Nick's Garage and all them used as far as community, not competition. But we've been pushing this whole promote other people that, promote other channels since way back before they did the 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours thing from YouTube. So I've been a community. What would you call that?
Community player.
I've been a community
Player,
player
supporter.
since what, 2015,
Supporter.
2016. I've always pushed other channels. Can't say that I've always been pushed back, but it's not really about that. I don't mind.
I've seen your name a lot lately, so.
Huh?
I've seen your name a lot lately. A lot more than I have.
Yeah,
So.
and I have to thank, Carr and Robert's Garage and stuff for
Robert's been pushing you hard, man.
Definitely have to thank that. But
now Firebird Nation has
I've been
76 subscribers.
Yeah, I've been in other communities where it ended up being a lot about pushing the main channel that starts it instead of pushing everybody. I'm not saying that that's what Carr is doing.
I don't think so.
You also
because
can't say that Carr isn't actually benefiting from that, probably more than the other
they
people,
definitely are.
because he's the focal point of where everybody comes to.
Yeah, I get, yeah. But
and unfortunately, that's kind of the same way with Grant and Jason.
Mm-hmm.
I push Grant and Jason a lot. I think they are great people. This is not a hate speech against them, but because everybody around them does more pushing towards them. Now I'm not saying that they don't promote other channels. They do. But I think it is more people pushing them. Now, granted, they're only one people's. Well, they're two people's. But they're more about pushing their own content, which is by no means wrong.
Sure.
Than they are necessarily about pushing the people around them.
Well, and to be fair, this community, not competition thing. It's pretty new,
It
and
is.
so far,
It's new, but
everybody
it's not new.
seems to be well. This one
it's
is new.
It's a new flavor on an old subject.
Sure, and so far, this one seems to be more community instead of like you were saying that
I've
one
been
channel.
around. I've been around long enough that I've seen this go through its phase probably 7 or 8 times with different names or different slogans, but same basic concept.
Sure.
But the problem is a lot of it is people push. All right, go check these people out. Go check these people out, and then these people will subscribe, but then they'll forget about them after they subscribe them. And that's what you can't do. It's great. I mean, I push people, but I don't necessarily ask them to go subscribe to people.
Sure.
Here, these people are. You choose whether or not you want. You choose whether or not these people are right for what you like to watch.
Of course.
Yeah, he found this channel. I don't understand how that worked, though. I'm grateful for you being here. You have been one of my most loyal viewers since you found me. I just don't know how you found me over a broken Corvette.
Because he was probably searching the things to look at it, and then yours had popped up, and he checked out.
Yeah, but don't ever think I'm not internally grateful. You have made me laugh so hard so many times. And you are here almost every week. I think you have got to be one of my most loyal followers that I've ever had.
Pretty much every week at some point he gets in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the times that you aren't here, I think we all worry where the hell you're at. Because you're here that regularly.
Robert says he pushes everyone. Yeah, you do, Robert. I think you push yours. You push
everybody's channel more than you push your own.
Which is awesome. That's awesome. But he's also gained subscribers from it too, I'm sure.
Oh yeah,
which is awesome.
Yeah, because people are noticing him. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever notice that I call this an automotive podcast, but how much automotive do we actually end up talking about? We end up talking more YouTube stuff.
Sometimes almost all automotive.
Sometimes. I don't know. It's more of a bunch of everything. I just like chit chat. It's just a good chit chat.
In some aspect,
you
hit it every.
Robert's right.
You hit it every week.
Every week since he heard about you.
Yep.
So. And he stays most of the show, if not all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that, no offense to Robert, Pilot's been here longer, so I've noticed him. If Pilot ever disappears for more than 2 weeks, somebody's getting worried. That's a regular on this channel.
He's on vacation.
He's on vacation. He needs to write me a letter letting me know he's on vacation, so I don't sit here and start calling the police department for missing persons.
He needs to get Facebook just for the add you so you could check up on him.
There you go.
Yeah. Don't add anybody else.
But yes, and definitely
the police department with some of his escapades that he's talked about. You're going to have to send in the seals.
I definitely appreciate you being here every week as well, Robert.
Yeah.
And hopefully this continues for a long time because, this is my live streams are, I mean, granted, they're still a community. They're definitely a community. People that end up here every week, I think we all end up becoming online friends because he's been here every week. This is something that becomes part of my, I look forward to my Sunday nights to hang out with you guys. So yeah, I actually get upset when some people. I don't get upset like angry upset. I get upset like concerned when some people don't show up because it's like, I miss like Hammerdown Motorsports used to be here. I'm not sure how many of you guys remember who Hammerdown Motorsports is.
Yeah,
he's not pushing his content as much as he was, or at least I don't see it as much as he used to. But he used to be here every weekend. And life got in the way, so he stopped showing up and whatever. But like when you used to people being here every week and then people stop showing up, it kind of sucks.
Yeah, kind of like Matt MPG too.
Yep, same thing. I mean, granted, whatever, he has his reasons. I think work got in his way.
Yeah,
I think him having to get up early,
change shifts or jobs or whatever.
But yeah, it does because Matt was freaking fun to have up here. And that's another personality. By the way, I'm always looking for personalities. Come up here and hang up, but I also don't want to lose you guys in the chat either. I can have up to 8 people.
I think so.
I think it's 8 people I can have up here on screen at once. If I get big enough, I can have more than 8 people, but I think more than 8 people would be distracting.
Well, Pilot says Chris has his phone number, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah. So but the problem is sometimes Chris disappears too.
Yeah.
So if you guys both disappear at once, I'm gonna assume you're Batman and Robin and are saving freaking New York or something.
It's not New York. It's Gotham.
The hell with that. Once you burn the place down, go sit in an acre
Gotham
and drink
is
Ice
fictitious
House.
New York. We all know this.
Yeah.
It's a synonym for New York. That's exactly what Gotham is. I'm almost through my second margarita. Nobody still asked me what I was drinking.
You just told us.
Hey,
Well, I
Sean,
just
what are
did.
you drinking?
I just did 3 hours into the show,
3 hours later.
right? But yeah, I mean, I have a whole group of people that are on. In fact, I might actually do a cleaning house, unfortunately. But I have. In fact, I might. If you're cool with coming back, Cletus, I might like to add you back to the group only because it's easier.
Yeah, I just the political stuff, man, and some of them guys that were
The one person I have to smack on the hand
that
the most.
racist stuff. I can't do, man.
And the thing is I feel bad for Nikolai. He's a younger dude. I think he was one of the ones you were having a conflict with that in JA's channel.
Yeah, I'm not down with the QAnon and all that stuff.
Right. Or I might just start a new one and
He's a
leave
kid.
that one there. I might start a new one and leave that one there. But I need one where I know that people are going to join every week. And Chris,
You could start one with this community stuff, and that might be a
I
way
probably
to
would.
build, or even start a group, like an actual group for
I have learned not to do that.
NOVAtazz.
That's what my
Oh,
Discord is for.
Yeah.
But I have learned not to do that on Facebook. Again, for the same reason why you popped in and popped out.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, though, Chris, you do have a bad habit of misbehaving in the chat room. Smacking you on the wrist. Yes, you do.
Picture slip. What can I say? It's like,
but I need
Well,
to
I don't
send,
mind
send.
all
You know,
that.
just like
I-
send. Oh shit! I didn't want to send. Well, too late now.
Yeah, you can
Well, let the
unsend.
cards fall really
You
late.
can unsend. They have an unsend button.
I don't catch it in time before it's already gone. Then it looks like, oh, yeah. I mean, when you're sending like 10 things at once, and then you're like, oh, run channel. Well, all right. Hey,
But,
give me credit. At
but
least most of the time they got clothes on.
I need to have a spot
Mhm.
where when I send an invite for the group chat, more than one person clicks that link. Because I have how many people in that live stream chat right now? That whole reason that live stream chat is there is to keep people updated and informed about this live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And to build that community of us being there so we all know what's going on with everybody. But I think I have... What do you mean no active people? You're a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Lies.
I have...
I don't misbehave. I just have a very overactive imagination. How's
There you
that?
go. That's hilarious.
Wording is everything.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 of us in that group chat. Out of those 12 people, the only 2 people that regularly join that link when I send it is Biggie and Chris, and probably it's not necessarily the link in the chat that they click on, but the link that I send them personally.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it does get lost in the chat if people start chit-chatting. That's why I also send it to your personal ones. But if I have 12 people in there and only 2 people are always joining the live stream, what's the point of having the other 12 people in there if they never join?
Right.
Mhm.
It's just annoying because it's like what is it? Why are you here?
Share memes.
Yeah, but you never. There's
Yeah.
other live. You know what I mean? I want to build a
Right.
community of people that actually want to be up
In a
here
live
and
stream.
join
Part
all
of the
time.
community.
You know, and they're not. It's not even like they join the live stream in the live stream.
Right.
You know, they're not even joining in chat. They're just. I never see them. I didn't even know some of them people were even in there. Like I don't
Sobering.
know who Billy. Oh, it's added by. Oh, Billy Joe is outlaw.
Sobering says he wants to put a turbo on a GM 250 inline 6 in a 59 Apache. Any advice for him?
That would be
Interesting.
interesting.
That would be actually. I would like to see that.
Yes, but at the same time, I would also suggest you put a catch can underneath of the oil pan
There you go. There's your advice for him.
because I would not.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get what? Me a 3 pound of boost out of it, maybe.
I wouldn't do no 20 pounds of boost on that thing because the bottom end's going to come
Depending.
out of it.
Oh God, no!
Yeah.
Not unless you build that thing.
Well, they're pretty strong. It all depends on, what size turbo and.
He's going to lose a rod bearing.
Well, if he's gonna do that, he got to do it
Could.
side by side.
He's gonna
do
pound a rod bearing out of the damn thing if
do
he
the-
does
do
anything
the
more
Chevy
than like 10
inline.
pounds of boost.
and do the Ford 300 too, side by side comparisons.
I don't know. I mean, it'd be granted. YouTube is a completely different world than actually practically on practical use, because whenever you're doing something and you're doing a YouTube channel, you got to think: is the amount of attention I get from doing said thing going to outweigh the damage that I do by doing the said thing? Because there's one thing. Okay, there's something that you would do to your car that you're doing for yourself at home. There's another thing of doing something to your car for your YouTube channel that might actually end up paying for the damage that you caused to it.
Well, and some people do that. I wouldn't. I would, if I'm not going to put, just because I'm cheap, I guess. But Sobering says he's thinking T3 with 35 millimeter.
Yeah, shouldn't be too bad. I mean, I'm
No,
not
as long as you
turbo
limit
guy.
the boost on it, as long as you're
Yeah,
not putting.
I'm not a big turbo person.
I mean, if
personally,
well-
I'm big cubic inches NA old school, but kind of being forced to run into this new school freaking fuel injected freaking,
Well, he's
stuff
already got the
because of
straight
being on
six,
YouTube.
so
Yeah, I mean,
it wouldn't
it's
it wouldn't
not
make sense.
for the amount of money that you're going to be spending for that turbo and the plumbing. It's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper horsepower per dollar than trying to build that straight six
And if
and making
it
natural
blows up,
horsepower.
If it blows
Now,
up,
If it blows
you
up,
can
you just
pull
go
it
to
out.
the
Ever
freaking
done one of those
junkyard and pull
straight
yourself an
sixes with
LS. You go to the junkyard.
Centrifugal blowers.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're like pro chargers and shit.
Yeah, has anybody ever built one using one of those that you guys know of?
Yeah, but see, the problem is doing that
with the Pro Charger, like engine speed is directly proportional to how much boost it makes.
Well,
so,
that
like,
and
if
the fact
you're
of
driving
you
around
have
town,
to,
it's not gonna.
The other thing with that is it has to be in line with the pulley system. Whereas
Yeah.
turbo,
Yeah.
you can stick anywhere. It's
Right.
a hell of a lot easier to plumb a turbo than it is to plumb a Pro Charger.
Well, besides,
Yes.
having to have the exhaust manifold and get it to meet the turbo, and then you got to have the intake manifold meet up with the turbo with all the pipes and everything.
You could get one of them little cheap Chinese electric turbos.
Just get
Those
just go
things
get
aren't going to do a damn for a
just
straight
go
six.
to the freaking go to
No, they
your big box store, hardware store. Go pick yourself up one of them freaking lithium battery powered freaking snow leaf blowers, and
There you
boom, there you go.
Yeah,
You're just gonna have to charge the thing every 40 minutes.
just adjust
And-
your
and-
carb a
and-
little bit so it evens out, right?
And add some propane, cheap propane injection. There you
Yeah, see, look,
got it made.
Pilot's got it right. He got 5 to 6 inches of snow there. So then all you got to do is you pop the thing off the front of your car. You can blow the snow out from in front of your car and then put it back on your car. Boom, snow
birds,
blower
one stone.
and turbo. Bam.
Mhm.
Speaking of the rolling Head and Shoulders commercial, there's all kinds of danger flying around right here.
I'm so glad we don't get snow down here. I hate it.
Where's your sense of adventure?
It's raining right now. I don't like that, but we need rain.
I don't know. I think we're supposed to get snow here this week too. I just don't know where or how much.
Last time I was in Minnesota, it was so snowy. I was like, how do people do this every day?
I just got through all of the memory posts for the Snowmageddon of 2016.
Oh, wasn't that nice?
The one where, and the thing is okay. So it happened on a Friday night, Friday into Saturday, I think.
Yep.
And I had left work on Friday. I got a phone call from my friend who has that black GTA with the Grand National engine in it. He's got a black a GTA Firebird, and he dropped a mid '80s Grand National turbocharged V6 in it. It's a cool little build. But anyway, so this was when he still lived up here. He lives further south now. He lived up here. And my Trans Am was stored out in front of his house. And I get a phone call saying, hey, you need to move your TA. They're doing emergency snow route through here, and we need to pull your car around back somewhere so it's not on the snow emergency route so it doesn't get a ticket. Now, they lived about an hour south of me when I lived in Reading. So we grabbed my truck. I ran all the way down to Harrisburg, picked up my friend Dan, and me and Dan and went all the way down to where my car was at, and we went to go flat tow it. It was already like 4 inches of snow on the ground by the time I got there. I had my green Dodge Ram at that point. We flat tow this sucker, finally find a place to park it, get told that they're not doing snow emergency route, and I never had to freaking move it. And the fact of where we did finding a spot was in front of a person's house that isn't very respectful, and it probably would have gotten damaged. So we ended up moving it back in front of my friend's house. And I went to go leave, and it blew the brake line out of the truck. God forbid. I mean, thank God it blew after we were done moving the Trans Am all over the place, and not while we were flat towing the Trans Am.
Yeah.
Because that could have been pretty bad. And but the line from the distribution block to the rear is what broke. So I had no rear brakes. Didn't know that at the time because it was freaking freezing snow. It was like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and we were all freaking cold. We all went to bed. It was like nothing was open for me to be able to go fix it anyway. Obviously, my foot was to the floor, so the brake line, we would need brake fluid at the very least. So we all went to bed. Got up the next morning. We couldn't see my TA at all. There wasn't even a hump in the snow where the TA was.
My God.
There was just nothing. It was flat snow. The snow was higher than the TA.
48 inches of snow.
Well, that and whatever the snowplows pushed over too. My truck you could barely see. There was a dimple where the truck was at. And this is an off-road second-gen Ram. They're not really that low. So we uncovered the front of the truck. I could only uncover enough of the front of the truck to be able to get to the driver's side door and to get the hood open. The rest of the truck was still buried. Pop the hood, find out what actually was wrong, which I said ends up being the rear brake line. The line that runs to the back of the truck had rusted through. So we found out, we came up with a plan. The plan was to pinch that line off, just completely snip it closed, and go run and buy some more brake fluid and just run front brakes to get my ass home during that much snow on the ground, because it was still snowing. Still snowing. So we walked I think it took us like a half hour to walk down to the closest gas station where I could pick up some brake fluid.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we were walking down, the wind was behind us, so the snow was blowing at our backs. The walk all the way back up to the truck sucked because the wind was blowing directly in our faces. So we ended up getting back up. We filled the truck. We bled it a little bit, and that was it. I drove that truck. I think it took like 5 hours to get home, but it was doing 35 miles an hour in a foot and a half of snow on the highway in 4-wheel drive. But that was fun. That was definitely an experience that night. You could not find, the only reason you found the road is because you put yourself that you knew that between this set of trees and this set of trees, the road was somewhere in between there.
Somewhere.
And as long as you kept to the right side, closer to the right side, you knew you weren't going to hit the median that you couldn't see in the middle of the highway. And they didn't even bother plowing. They didn't bother plowing the on and off ramps because they didn't. Well, I mean, you can think about it. It's quite logical. If you don't plow the on and off ramps, the only thing that's going to get on the highway is something that can get up the on and off ramps.
Yeah.
So if it can get onto the highway, most likely it'll be just fine while on the highway.
Makes sense.
And yeah, the truck had no problem. We already know that the brown truck has no problem in over 2 feet of snow, and this wasn't that high on the roads because they'd been continuously plowing it. It was more like, I don't know, 3/4 of a foot to a foot on the highway itself. But yeah, I mean, it didn't have any problems. The brown truck has no problems up to 2 feet of snow. Because before it broke, we were tooling around with it in 2 feet of snow. It was up above the bumper. I could open the door and it would leave a mark in the snow. That's how deep of snow that this truck is. And this truck isn't short. Again, it's the off-road edition Dodge Ram 1500. It sits up there a pretty good height. And it's sitting on, 33 by 12 and a halves?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's a decent-sized truck. And that was a decent amount of freaking snow. And they had no problems.
You running mud and snow tires on that, or what kind of tire are you running?
They were mud claws, MTS mud claws.
Okay.
So straight mud tires.
MTS at Mississippi, Texas, and South Carolina.
I have no idea what it stands for. They're made by Cooper Tire, but they don't have Cooper's name on them. They're manufactured at Cooper Tire, but they're like a no name.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I don't think you can get that style anymore. They have a Mudclaw 2 now. Don't know if those are better than the original Mudclaws, but for the price you pay, I think it's like $120 a tire. You really can't beat that because, I mean, mud tires get expensive stupid.
Somebody was telling me they don't make buckshots anymore, which I haven't looked, but
I don't even know. I've never heard of them.
Really?
Yeah, buckshot. They quit making buckshot motors a while ago.
Well, them were killers right there. And they were pretty low cost compared to others.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the bigger tires have just pushed them out.
Well, I think the highest they made was 16s was the problem. Nobody runs 16s anymore.
Yeah, no. I run 7, even my truck is 17s.
Yeah.
Now, granted, 16s on a regular Dodge Ram, the 17s are what the off-road edition runs.
I told my son we should put 28s on his Camaro, and he just kind of looked at me like I was retarded.
Yeah, I would smack you stupid.
I wasn't being serious, but I thought it was funny.
Granted, if it's your vehicle, you can do what you want with it. Just don't expect me to enjoy it.
Well, yeah.
That's why I have my strong opinions on what I like and what I don't like. You choose to put 28s on your freaking classic Impala. By all means, go for it, but I'm going to puke in the bucket over here.
Charles is easy. Anything with super ghetto wheels or electricity, forget about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Ghetto wheels on a ghetto vehicle, sure. You know, you get yourself whatever, but if it's a nice freaking car and you kill it, especially if it's a sports car, and you put them giant ass freaking rims and little itty bitty rubber band tires on it,
yeah,
you just want to, like, why?
It's just defeating the point. Like, yeah, this car was
like, how much is too much? When the wheels are high enough that your little kid can ride their big wheel underneath it while it's sitting on the wheels.
Yeah, just no. My car doesn't necessarily make too much sense. I mean, the front end is basically touching the ground and the back end is higher than a fucking truck. But
you got that old school rake to it, though.
Yes, I know. But
it's your car. A lot of people probably don't like that, but it's your car.
Yeah. But, and the thing is like I said, it doesn't mean that I can't, if it's done right, it doesn't mean that I can't appreciate the time and effort and work that went into it. But most of those cars are not done right. They spend more time in the wheels and tires than they do in the actual mechanical part to make it work.
$6,000 in wheels and tires on a $300 car.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. I just don't get it. And so, you don't like. I don't like Honda Civics. I don't like Japanese cars. But if I see a nice one that's done right, I can appreciate it. It may not be my style. It may not be something I would want to dump money into. But if they actually freaking dump the time and effort into doing it right, I can be impressed. You see a freaking, an import, and it's done nice. They actually took the time to actually bulletproof the block and whatever, and it actually, doesn't sound like a freaking can of freaking Angry Bees marked with a fat man's fart.
Popcorn fart can.
Yeah, then yeah, you're definitely going to see. I'm going to appreciate it. I may not want to buy it. I may not want, whatever, but I can appreciate the hard work. I am not necessarily a big fan of lowriders. I like the way they look. I like the time, especially some of the freaking time and effort some of them put into them. I mean, to take the time to sit there and engrave the underside of the car and paint it, that nobody's ever really going to see. That's you have to sit down and appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of time and effort in, versus the...
Especially if they have the stainless steel pads or the mirrors where you can actually see it when you're at a car show.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's better than what happens with a lot of those ones you see where they spend, like you said, $6,000 on a set of rims, and that's all they did was make it clearance the wheels. They've done no other things to make this... The whole rest of the car is shit. Crappy bodywork, freaking,
And most times a clearance job's shabby.
Yeah. And or the fact of, the suspension work that was done to get the car up that high to be able to put is really janky.
Yeah.
And then they make fun of people that do like the 4-wheel drive conversions on classic cars. If you ever looked at a lot of those 4-wheel drive conversions for those classic cars, there's a lot of time and effort into doing that right. Mainly because if you're going to want to go off-roading with it, you can't go shoddy because it'll just fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is, a lot of the times, those cars were destined to be in the junkyard if they didn't get lifted like that.
Well, a lot of them used to take the bodies and put them on old K5 frames.
K5 or Bronco or whatever. There was different ones that they would stick them on. But most likely it's because the rest of the original car frame was junk.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of the time, the original car was destined for the scrapyard already.
I've been thinking about a build whenever I do get to shop one day. I've been thinking about a build, and I'm not going to do an old F100 on a Crown Vic frame. Too many people are doing it.
Yeah.
I want to do something different.
Miss Formie says that she won a car show because of undercarriage, because it was between a first gen and hers, and I guess hers won because the underside of hers was... Now, I am no longer friends with this person, but it doesn't mean that I don't respect her car. There was a person that I used to hang out with. I think her car is on one of my YouTube videos. But she had a second-gen Trans Am, and there was not a single part of this car that was not detailed and painted. The whole undercarriage...
This would be the same person you went to the Nationals with.
Yes. The car is absolutely stunning, and she did all the work herself. So, I mean, the whole transmission is completely polished. The drive shaft is polished and painted. The rear end is polished and painted. The whole car, the whole underside of the car is polished and painted. The whole underbody of the car is painted. And not like painted like a solid color. It's got flames all throughout the whole car. The drive shaft has flames on it.
Janky.
No, it's not. It is...
No, I was just reading comments.
Immaculately detailed.
Yeah, it is immaculate. And the car is 10 years old. No, it's got to be 15 years old now. As far as when it was done.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went to the Nationals back in 2015 with them, the car was still, it was spotless. There wasn't a rock chip. There wasn't anything on this car. And it was driven. It's not like it wasn't driven. The car was driven.
Did you see that Little Red Express concept truck that I shared on my Instagram?
A newer version of it? Or the original?
Yeah, it's a 2020 or 2019 Ram.
I must have missed it. I don't know.
It's pretty sweet. I don't think they'll come out with it, but...
What is it? Just a base model Ram with a Hellcat engine?
They didn't put all the specs out. It's just a picture, but they made it look pretty good.
I don't even know if they put the Hellcat engine in that one, would they?
I wouldn't think so, but they might.
Big Hemi maybe, but I wouldn't see them supercharged in.
Yeah.
Depends on how they're trying to market it. Dodge is doing real good right now about actually making horsepower vehicles.
Yeah, Sebring. That's because nobody else is. So they got to capitalize on that market while they got it.
Their competition's what? Corvette,
is
now. Corvette's now in the supercar kind of market now.
They don't have any. Ford is going EV.
Mm-hmm.
Chevy,
even the Mustang
Chevy, I don't know what the hell Chevy's doing. They can't decide whether they want to be a part of that freaking market or if they don't.
I don't know what they're doing either.
I just heard that they pulled the plug on the.
They're pushing the Camaro.
They're not even pushing it though.
Well, to a degree. They're big. Outside of the vet, their biggest thing is that supercharged Camaro, but nobody can afford a $75,000 grocery getter.
Well, you got the new Blazer. That was junk. GM, I'm sure it's a good vehicle.
As much as a GM fanboy as I am, there's nothing that they're doing. And Ford, honestly, Ford's the same way. They've gotten rid of everything but the boring crossover SUVs.
Well, hold on now. They're trying something with the Bronco. They got the Ford Raptor. They have, they're doing something.
They've gotten completely. Both Chevy and Ford have completely gotten away from the car market.
Well, they're keeping the Mustang, and they're doing.
No, they're not. The Mustang's turning into an SUV too. Or did you forget about that?
No, they have the Mustang, the EV Mustang, but they're keeping the regular Mustang too.
Yeah.
It's too big of a seller. That's their biggest. It sells almost as much as their F-150s.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Camaro would still sell if they didn't fuck with it.
Yeah, it's kind of getting for me, it's
Camaro's just butt ugly.
Feminine.
Yeah, the new one's ugly. There's other, I didn't like the new Ford Mustang when it first came out, but at least it's grown on me and I can see it being nasty and mean and it looks aggressive.
Sure, you could do some upgrades to it.
The new Camaro is just ugly all the way around. I can't even see myself liking it. I can't even see myself liking it at all.
For a plain stock, nothing to get thrilled about retro style vehicle, you'd have to say that the Dodge Challenger hit the cake the best.
And the reason why it works is because they haven't changed it.
That's what we're saying.
They haven't fucked with it.
Dodge is knocking out the park.
Because they've got the formula, and they've got the formula, and they're not trying to change it. They're just trying to expand.
You can run a winter beater in that body style with a V6 and all-wheel drive, and still look cool.
Yeah.
Have y'all looked at the Kia Stinger yet?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them. They're kind of cool.
I haven't messed with them or anything, but I've heard about them.
I've actually seen a few in person. They're not as aggressive. Their appeal is going to be somebody behind the wheel. I am not saying that car is not going to be fun to drive behind the wheel, but looking at it, walking up to it, it doesn't make you pitter patter.
What about the new Supra?
No.
All that is, it's a rebadged BMW.
Yeah, it's like a BMW or remember those Z4s that they had back in the day? It's
BMW Z4s.
Yeah,
Z3,
that's what it looks like a Z4.
That's what it's based off of.
I know. It's no. But then again, I wasn't a big super fan to begin with.
I wouldn't either.
The early ones,
here now.
The one that Mint had. What was that one that Mint had?
That was Mark III.
Yeah, those ones were nice looking.
I'm just glad
the one
that
that everybody's
they're
really
coming up with
popular
something besides crossovers.
Right, but the one that everybody really liked, because
the
of
Mark IV.
because of the Fast and the
Fast and
Furious
the Furious,
thing.
yeah.
I never really like that. But it didn't. No, it never happened. It wasn't like, oh, I gotta go have one because of that freaking. The earlier ones were nice looking. They were aggressive. I mean, but that's the same thing. Like, I used to watch a show. Shoot, now I can't remember what it was. The one with the black and white.
Initial D.
Initial D. The rotary cars that the brothers drove that he raced
Monster?
against.
RX-7s.
Yeah, but there was two. There was the RF and the
FD
FD.
and the
All
FC.
right.
No, you're
Depending on how new you're going on.
Cletus. You're
No, he's
in
talking
the
about
wrong
RX-7s.
ballpark.
I don't know what show you're talking about. So
No, we're
It's
talking about true
anime
rotary
from the
car. Yeah.
90s.
Initial D is an animated Tokyo Drift style freaking anime cartoon.
Don't even compare it to
wouldn't-
Tokyo Drift.
I wouldn't
Tokyo
watch
Drift
that.
was an abomination of the
Okay,
drift scene.
but if he's talking to me about freaking the F8s and the whatever's the
all right.
the R8s,
RX8.
whatever. If he then he's not gonna know the older school rotary engines so I had to compare it to Tokyo Drift because that's gonna be something he's gonna grasp at.
Fair enough.
Well, I know what an old school rotary engine is. The old Mazdas
Yes,
had them.
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about. The old school RX-7s.
Well, even the newer RX8s had them, but it was a
Yeah,
different
no,
engine too.
it's not the same thing.
Well, yeah, no. The RX-8 was
That's
an
like
attempt to bring back the
comparing a the old school Hemis to the newer Hemis that they were sticking in the Dodge trucks.
Or the old GTOs to the newer body style GTO.
No,
Wow.
because that actually those new
No,
school
they were
GTO,
ugly. They look like Grand Dams.
yeah, but doesn't matter. They moved.
No, I'm talking about the looks.
We were talking about looks. We were
They're
talking about
ugly.
actual like the engines themselves.
Okay, well the Chevy SS, pretty quick little car, but it didn't sell because they look like an Impala.
Yeah, but the SS was freaking sweet.
The SS, the newer SS that they quit making.
Yeah, they were sweet.
Yeah, but
They
it
were
looked
so
like
underrated. They were so the reason they didn't sell because they looked like an Impala. They didn't sell because Chevy didn't market them.
Yeah, they were like, we have it. So what?
Chevy just had it there and never pushed it. If they would have
well, they're
pushed
selling the
that,
crap out of some SUVs and trucks.
well,
So they marketed them.
But the thing is Chevy didn't
They
want to
do.
push this car because this car was a Holden. The SS was a Holden.
Yeah,
Technically,
it was
so
a
was the
Commodore that was
GTO.
pretty bad.
The GTO was a Holden car too.
Yep. The Monroe, I think.
And those
Maybe it was
cars,
Commodore too.
those cars. I mean, the thing is if you know anything about Australian V8 cars, the modern ones, they are monsters.
I know
mean, they're
nothing
what
about
they're what the American market should have been if they didn't have to deal with the freaking fuel crisis and the economy
Emissions bullshit.
Yeah, the emissions bullshit. They are
But no.
what muscle cars would have been in the United States if the 80s never happened.
But no, we get some janky Monte Carlo SS
But
front wheel drive.
Yeah, but see, and then the thing is what happened is we bring these freaking fire breathing monsters to the U.S. and because the U.S. is so used to fucking imports now, they had no idea what to do with these cars. Those cars were the Holden V8 cars were freaking nasty. I mean, if I had a chance to get a hold of one, I would do it in a heartbeat. Rear wheel drive modern 4-door sedans with big V8s in them.
Dodge Charger.
Yeah, but Dodge Charger before Dodge Charger was popular.
Mm-hmm.
And even the Dodge Charger, I'm sorry, but the original Dodge Charger made me want to puke in a bucket.
The original, the
not
4-door
the
original.
original new one. The original new one, not the. I like the newer style they have now.
I used to have one of the original new ones. It was a good car.
Yeah, it was ugly. Number
I
one,
didn't think
they
My
didn't
brother-
bring over. They didn't bring over any of the like. If you looked at the concepts of what that car should have been before they decided to go with the Chrysler 300 platform,
Yeah.
that was their big issue. I think that's still their big issue is the fact that they went with a luxury car platform for a sports car.
My brother called it a Charger Neon. He said it looked like a big neon.
The newer ones, yeah, the newer Dodge Chargers.
Well, he's saying that
That first
First
one,
body
no,
style,
that
the
first
newer
one was
one.
freaking. It got smacked with an
probably
ugly
because of
stick.
tail lights.
It got smacked with an ugly stick.
I liked it. I had it. I loved it. It's a great car.
Now the Magnums they should have never gotten rid of.
Yeah, I wish they would do another Magnum. But I don't.
I'm
They
a
never
little-
will.
If I could get a hold of the one that Junkyard Dave is doing, I would in a heartbeat because that car is
Yeah.
gorgeous.
He's got a little while to go on it, but he's coming along.
I guarantee he does not have a little while to go. That car is damn near ready to go.
Yeah, he's coming along pretty good.
He's gotten past 90% of. I mean, I guarantee you he has almost no fab work left to do with that car. He's got the roof thing lined out. He's got the rest of it all figured out. He already knows how to do the interiors because he's already done. He's already done that crossover the other direction.
Sure.
You know, he started with a Magnum and converted it into basically a Challenger with a wagon back. So basically he transplanted all of the front end off of a Challenger and put it on his Magnum, and then he basically swapped the interiors into the Magnum. This one he's starting with a Charger, turned it into the Magnum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been watching his channel for a while. He's getting it.
I started watching his channel right after he cut up the Charger.
You're a pretty new viewer then.
Yeah, I didn't know he existed until I think it was somebody on this show that mentioned the guy turning a Charger into a Magnum.
Probably me because I talk about him all.
So yeah, I am pretty new, and this is again that community, not competition. You know, this is how those channels like that get big, is word of mouth. It's just like my channel here. Will this live stream grow? Sure, as long as people that join the live stream tell somebody else how much they enjoyed it. You know, obviously if they enjoyed it. I wouldn't want somebody saying, "Hey, come watch this channel," if they didn't enjoy it themselves. But yeah, that's how channels like that grow. Is word of mouth and sharing, because I guarantee you he wouldn't have gone anywhere if he was only sharing to the people he could share to. It took him doing something that somebody else wanted to say, "Hey, did you see what this guy is doing?" You know, unfortunately right now I don't have any, I'm waiting for parts to come in for me to be able to start my thing, but I'm still not doing anything completely radical. Throwing an EFI throttle body unit on a freaking classic car is no longer something, you know,
Yeah,
oh my God,
not crazy.
people are doing it all over the place. But it's still different for me.
Well, sure. And people will watch it. That's content. I mean,
Hopefully.
people still want to do that, so that's good stuff to watch.
A lot of people are still doing more LS swaps than what they are using the fuel injection on an old school engine.
I would rather use my old engine, but I mean, where do I eventually want to go with this? I want a newer Pontiac block.
LS6?
No, not in my TA. No, in the TA, I want to go with a Butler Performance big block Pontiac.
Do something real stupid and put a Ford engine in or something.
You go put a Ford engine.
Oh my God, did he just say that?
You go put a Ford engine in your kid's Camaro. And leave me alone.
That's not going to happen.
Don't expect me to see, like, unfortunately, I mean, granted, with my TA, I'm not going to do anything stupid radical with it because the TA is a sentimental car for me.
Lauren just rolled over in his grave.
I want to keep it as close to memory-wise for me as I can, but I still want to be able to enjoy it. So
You do something crazy with your Nova.
Huh? The Nova, I already want to go crazy. I don't want to go like changing platforms as far as like car companies. I already told you I want to stuff the new supercharged V8s that they're dropping in.
I was joking. Nobody wants to see that anyway.
What?
I was joking. Nobody wants to see a Ford engine being put in Chevy anyway.
No, the other way around maybe.
Oh, that happens all
the way around is done every day.
Right. No, I there is somebody that threw a Coyote engine in a Trans Am. Bullet WS6. He has a 4th gen Trans Am, and he has a twin supercharged Coyote motor in it.
That might be cool.
Oh, it's quick. I mean, originally it made me like whatever, but the original engine was already toast. He kept the original engine until it blew up, and he
Well,
took
and
it as
it's
far
not
as he
like
could. And he had
there's
this
so
engine
many of
sitting
them
there.
out there. You know, that generation of Pontiac Trans Am. There's so many
Yeah,
out
but
there
not a
that
WS6. WS6 are still rare.
oh, it was the actual WS6.
It was a
Yeah. But then
WS6. But the
if you
problem
change
is,
engine and stuff,
the thing is
it's not a
it was
WS6 anymore.
already a race car when he got it. Okay, at that point, he blew up the original WS6 engine racing it. He had this Coyote motor sitting there from a wrecked car. It makes sense. He's not having to put out any more money than he would have had to. The engine's already sitting there. The car is already no longer going to be a matching numbers WS6.
Well, and if
he
he put
didn't do
a
it because
WX6 motor in it, he wouldn't have got as many views.
he didn't
on
do
YouTube.
it. I guarantee you, he didn't do this shit for views. He did it because of convenience. Right. He had the motor sitting there. He threw it in the freaking car, and he threw his turbo setup from the freaking WS6 in it. He did it because it was convenient.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it wasn't like he sat there. You can tell. I went back and watched his videos from before when I found the first video. And no, he blew up the other car. He needed a freaking car to continue drag racing. He's a drag racer who makes YouTube videos, not a YouTuber who's drag racing. And, but yeah, I don't know. We're talking more about NASCAR. I have not followed. We already know this. I don't follow NASCAR anymore because NASCAR got stupid.
NAPCAR.
NAPCAR. That's a good one.
It still has a potential. It's got a purpose. It's NAPCAR. You need a good break on a Sunday afternoon. Drink a couple beers. Turn it on. Guaranteed 10 minutes. You'll be out like a light.
That's good.
But yeah, unless they seriously turn that shit around, that point system, the whole freaking let's be like fucking football, the freaking segmented racing, it all needs to fucking go.
Yeah,
it needs to go. They're just bleeding. They're bleeding viewers.
You wanna get a hard on over racing? Go to your local dirt track.
Yeah. I got a prediction. I don't think NASCAR is going to be around 5-10 years from now.
It's pretty big.
No, it isn't. No. You want to know NASCAR pretty big? Look at NASCAR 20-30 years ago.
I've never been a NASCAR fan. I just don't.
NASCAR today is like the big curvy woman you used to like, and you find out that she's now an anorexic twig.
Mm-hmm.
She is a shadow of her former self.
Yeah.
Everything's sagging.
You can even go a step further in today's age. She had an identity crisis, and she might have had a surgical alteration done.
Basically.
Well,
yeah.
like I said, I didn't like it then. I don't think I'll like it now.
And the other thing is, even the
NASCAR died when Earnhardt Sr. died.
The drivers are boring. The drivers are so freaking painted into a corner with being politically correct and pleasing their sponsors that there is no personality left. They're cookie cutter tracks, cookie cutter drivers, and cookie cutter cars. There's nothing to get sentimentally involved in the sport anymore. You have no reason to pull for a particular driver.
No ingenuity or individuality left.
Yeah. Absolutely zero.
It is living on borrowed time. What happened, and the thing is what happened is you had an influx of people coming into the sport because of things like, come on, brain, Tom Cruise, Days of Thunder, and then you had things like Ricky Bobby. That brought the sport into the limelight of people that the average person thought it was cool, and then they changed the sport. They changed the sport to please the new influx of fly-by-night fans, and that's what I'm going to call them. They're fly-by-night fans. NASCAR became a fad, and they tried to please the fad fans who were never actually interested in NASCAR itself. They liked NASCAR because they thought it was cool because it was popular. And in doing so,
now
they
there
alienated...
is one aspect this year that the purists are going to bitch and moan about, but it may prove to be exciting.
And what's that?
They're going to put dirt on Bristol.
That actually might be exciting.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting.
But how many of the NASCAR drivers of today are going to know how to drive on that damn surface?
About a quarter of them.
If that.
Maybe a little less than that.
Can we get some Tony Stewart and freaking Robbie Gordon and even Jeff Gordon? Can we get some of them out there to race on that dirt surface? That might actually be interesting.
And there's actually a series that some of them guys are going to be running in. It's Ray Abraham and another group are bringing it out this year.
Robbie Gordon,
it's going to be similar to what the old IROC series that they used to run, NASCAR run. It's going to be something like that. Yeah. All identical cars.
Hold on, I can't hear you guys. There we go. I think that Robbie Gordon and Tony Stewart and some of those guys need to get together and make some big dirt track fucking race courses and just bring people out to them. Like a mix of dirt and
Robbie
and asphalt.
did actually.
Well, Robbie Gordon already started his own series.
He's got it's based on the old Mickey Thompson Stadium series, but they run a combination of dirt, like a dirt infield with asphalt corners.
A lot of them that don't even have a dirt infield. It's just a track they just put jumps on.
Yeah, or dirt tracks. It depends on where they're at.
There was one, I don't remember what race it was. I want to say it was the Miami 2012 race. It was just coming up to the finish line because they know the finish line's coming up. We got to push, and you will see like wrecks like you haven't believed. But a guy, he hit one jump and upset his truck, and then hit the next jump, and he rolled. And Robbie Gordon.
Oh, you mean the truck series? The stadium trucks?
Yeah,
I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah, when he told NASCAR to screw off, he went back and started his own series based on the stadium trucks that he used to run with Mickey Thompson back in the
I've watched
late 80s, early 90s.
My little kid is my 3-year-old is infatuated with watching the stadium truck style racing on
because
YouTube.
it's good.
In fact, I like watching them too, but I don't watch them live. So the problem is if I don't watch it live, you don't have that investment into like who's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have live TV. So.
And then Tony has his own sprint car series that he started 5 or 6 years ago. National Touring Series.
I'd just like to see some bigger league dirt track racing. I mean, I'm not saying that like the midgets and the street outlaws and that's those classes. There aren't. See you later, Sobering. I'm probably gonna end up being time for us to get off here soon too. But it's not that
the
I
stuff
don't
exists.
like
the problem is you don't see it in the mainstream media. So you don't hear about it all the time.
And I don't have access to it because they don't broadcast it anywhere that I have available to me that I know of.
Now, so people that want to pay for the subscription, you can get pretty much any kind of racing you want. You get that Flow TV.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's a media platform that you can get over the internet, and they carry about any dirt track race that you can think of.
Yeah, I like
different
little
types
dirt
of
racing, but I wish they did it on bigger stadiums. I'd love to see those cars be able to be opened up more.
Yeah.
I just sometimes the 8th mile or whatever tracks are just too small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like by the time they get building up any
mile track,
whatsoever.
you can catch them. Like the ARCA series, they run a mile track on dirt that's in Illinois.
I don't like the ARCA; they're too slow.
It is what it is. I mean, they're old cars, but they run a dirt track. I mean, it's a mile in length over in Illinois.
Oh.
There's still a few miles.
They
screwed up in New York State when they shut the mile track down. Let's tear the racetrack out, and we're gonna put a venue in to have concerts and stuff. Now they don't use it.
Yeah, well, that's what happened with Reading. They tore out the freaking racetrack in Reading, and they threw in a mall, and guess what? Now it's nothing but a parking lot. There's no mall there anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, Reading Fairgrounds used to be where the Fairgrounds Mall got put. The only thing that was still standing there from when it was the Fairgrounds the Reading Fairgrounds, was the farmers market that was there. I don't even know if the farmers market is still there, but the mall is now gone. So they put a mall
Did anybody
in.
watch that UFC fight last night?
Yeah, Chris, why did you send me what you sent me? It made no sense.
Mm.
What was
Which one?
You sent me like the after the after the fight clip.
Oh, that's the only thing I had. They've got
that
the introduction and they got the aftermath, but they don't show the actual
Yeah,
fight.
like what's the point? I sat
Well,
there
I
watching
can't
it.
help that.
I thought they would like
Blame
show
the
like
UFC.
a replay
Blame the
of him
UFC
getting
for not
knocked
sharing
out.
it.
I thought they would show like a replay of him getting knocked out because really that's the only thing that I would have been interested in because I have
It
no
was on
interest in that fight.
ESPN Plus, so
I don't have TV.
I don't either. But if you have Disney Plus, you can get ESPN Plus for free.
Fuck it. I have Disney Plus only for freaking like The Mandalorian and my kids' freaking Disney movies.
So you can get ESPN Plus then.
I have no desire.
The only thing I watch on there is fights. So
Yeah, but I don't even watch fights. I have at this point I have no interest in any sport. Because the sport that I had an interest in, they screwed up. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Do I like drag racing? Yes. Do I follow it on a week-to-week basis? No. Do I like circle track racing? Yes.
You'd watch the Legends Football League.
No.
You wouldn't watch women running around in shorts and sports bras beating themselves up worse than NFL players.
But not for the fact of it being a sport, unfortunately, so no. Would I pay for it? No. I mean, I can watch women run around in freaking shorty shorts and all that freaking shit and not have to pay for a league for it.
I just watch roller derby, right?
That's actually more interesting.
Mhm.
I have no desire. I am not your typical guy. Football does not make my fucking blood pump.
yeah, I've got a meme that I share pretty much every year that pop up on memories and I reshare it. It says, "Oh, you like football? Cool. I don't care. I'm a car guy," or something like that.
Yeah, I like cars, but most of the car sports that I enjoyed, they screwed up.
I never watched.
How about Demolition Derby car soccer?
That would be cool.
No.
If they had Demolition Derby series, that would
Demolition
be cool.
Derby car soccer.
I can't.
They actually got a great big ball that they hit with their car to knock it through a goal.
I have a problem with Demolition Derbies. I like cars too much to watch people slam them together.
No, just get like a Honda Accord and
but they don't
stuff
use
like
those.
That.
They don't.
I know.
They use the cars
they get the old
they use
Chevys
the
and the
cars
old
that I would
Monzas.
rather see people driving on the road and enjoying and just smash them to smithereens.
Which I don't like that. But if they got like the old front wheel drive,
take some
Buick
Cavaliers and fucking Dodge Neons and do that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
But they don't hold up, so they don't use them because they freaking fall apart too quickly.
Right. But if
That's
everybody
why they outlawed the Chrysler Imperial for a demo car.
Couldn't tear it up.
Can't kill it.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't like demolition derbies. I just never have. I mean, it's
a lot of waste of good parts.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially when you own a 4th gen Nova, and most of the time they use 4th gen Novas for circle track and demo derbies because it's a good platform for that.
Mm-hmm.
But it does hurt, because again, when you go find parts for them, you can't find them because everybody, the people that are making those cars aren't considerate of the fact that the parts that you're throwing in the freaking trash bin are something that somebody else is desperately seeking because they don't make them. And that's what that is. Unfortunately, people don't see value in the 4th gen X-body platform, and so they don't care. They don't think enough to save those parts and to sell them.
Well, we have our surprise guest back.
I see this.
He's back. Ow.
Mine are in the doorway meowing at me because I'm sure they're probably hungry because they're like, what the fuck? You were supposed to feed me like 2 hours ago.
Don't worry, they'll eat you in your sleep.
No, he just stepped on my face on the way to get to the headboard. But I think we're going to call it a night, Miss Foreman.
It's a night.
Congratulations on your win.
Yeah, she's been lucky all night. Everybody has, except for Elliot there lost one.
I've
correct?
won more than I've lost. Here, watch this one.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Gonna up the stakes.
I also have to call it quits because I've run out of alcohol up here.
I'm gambling too. Let's do it.
Boom!
Dang. Okay. That means I'm gonna lose then.
I hope. Oh, we can all hope.
Oh yes.
Oh,
you won.
nope.
Oh, come fucking on.
Yeah, buddy. I'll take it.
Oh, watch one of these times you're actually going to gamble all and you're just going to gamble everything and
Yeah,
you're
but see,
either
it
going to
doesn't-
like
it doesn't
triple what you
gamble
have or
all.
lose it all.
It doesn't gamble all because he has too much.
Yeah, it just
he has
gambles
more
your
than
max.
what he has more in his account than what it will allow him to gamble.
Yeah, I don't want to go 10,000 at a time, and now I could risk to go 10,000 at a time. Be like, yeah, I won 30,000, but I'm still like fucking 120,000 points behind fucking Cletus.
See you, Roberts. Good. I'm glad you came in and chatted with us, man.
All right, yep. See you later, guys. I think we're all gonna call it a night, and we'll catch you guys next week, same place, same time, and we'll see what comes up in the topic next week. We had a pretty good, decent run where we were up above like 7 or 8 for most of the night.
Yeah, I think you steady around 10 most of the night. 11 here and there, 9 here and there.
No, we were more around. I'm looking at the chart here that I have. It looks like we picked up to around 7, around like just after 10, and we held above 7 all the way to 1 in the morning.
Nice.
Cool.
So, all right.
That
Talk
should
to
help you
guys
out.
later, and we will see you guys